Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to George W. Norris Legislative Chamber. The evening session is about to convene. Senators, please record your presence. Roll call. Mr. Clerk?
There's a quorum present, Mr. President.
Thank you. Do you have any items for the record?
None at this time, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We're returning to the queue in discussion. Senator Halloran, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, would Senator Bowles yield to a question, please?
Senator Bowles, would you yield?
Sure, I'll yield.
Thank you, Senator Bowles. Senator, for the record, can you give this legislature assurance that this study will not be contracted to or commissioned to any nonprofit associated with any current senator in this legislature?
I guess the only way I know how to answer that is that it will be appropriately contracted through the Department of Health and Human Services rules and procedures. So if there's somebody on this floor who could do that in a competitive way, I suppose that's possible. Certainly my nonprofit couldn't. I don't know if anybody else on this floor has that expertise.
So there is a possibility.
I don't believe so. The contracted entity really should be a university or a entity like Optimus, which is the contract that we typically use for things like this, which we used for the developmental disability rate study. I don't want to overstep my bounds here, but I don't think anyone on this floor works for an entity that would have the credentials necessary to fill this out. Plus, there are contracting rules, regulations, and procedures that the Department of Health and Human Services has to use.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Halloran. Senator Matt Hansen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the budget bill LB 294 and the Bowles Amendment 1746, and I'm against Senator Clements' floor amendment 79. I wanted to talk a little bit about process, though, because I think 79 is maybe a fair amendment for Senator Clements to make, and we can decide whether or not this particular expenditure is worth it. We can decide whether or not this particular amount of study and investigation oversight is worth it. I personally think it is. I personally think this is a worthy goal, especially as we have a body who's talked about some of these issues that the study would touch. But I want to take a step back about process, because before our dinner break, one of the critiques was that this bill was better served, the underlying LB 181 was better served in another committee. And that might very well be true. We see that all the time in this body where there are multiple bills that could go to multiple committees. But the fact of the matter of we have an executive board who serves as our reference board who saw fit to send it to appropriations. And if we're coming in at this stage saying a bill that was introduced, reference to appropriations, had a hearing in appropriations, was voted on by appropriations, actually wasn't appropriately in appropriations, and there's some sort of dust and cloud about that, that just is the part that doesn't make any sense to me. I think it's fair to maybe talk about referencing. I know that's something we've talked about as Rules Committee and an exec board has talked about things in the future. But to say all of a sudden we can't move forward with something, or one of the reasons we shouldn't move forward through something is way back when in the first 10 days of January we should have referenced this bill that was introduced in day 2 or day 3 to a different committee, and therefore day 78 or whatever we're at now, we can't move forward, we've missed our shot, seems to be overstepping what we're trying to accomplish there. This is fundamentally an issue, like many things in our budget, that had a public hearing, that was introduced as a bill with a statement of intent that said what it was going to do. We had an opportunity for the public and the executive branch to come in and share their perspectives on this bill. The Appropriations Committee saw fit to move it forward. As has been explained many times, it's my understanding that 1746 is a correcting amendment and is representing things that should have been in the budget bill originally, including this provision. You can decide if you don't like it or don't like it on the policy issues. You can decide if you don't like it, the money, or want to save the money, or would rather use the money somewhere else. I think those are all fair decisions to use and to say. But to say that there's some sort of policy argument as to why a bill reference to appropriations can't be moved forward by the Appropriations Committee kind of throws a wrench into a whole legislative process. The point of which that to object was after the initial referencing report, and we have multiple provisions, both in terms of motions and in kind of informal procedures with the reference committee, with the executive board, in order to correct issues like that. And that would have been the time that had you had this absolutely 100% had to go to HHS, and there was no way that this appropriation should have gone to appropriation, that would have been a valid time to raise those concerns. Going down that route, if that's something we really want to hang our hat on and say, no, this is actually a different committee's subject matter, we can't exec on it, we can't do anything with it, even after we've had the reference, the public hearing, and the committee has taken action, that's something that's going to creep out into all sorts of other decisions. I mean, just thinking this year, we've already seen in some of the bills the interconnection between revenue and education. Are we all of a sudden going to be saying, hey, we can't move forward in this education bill because it's actually a revenue bill? And I know I didn't object in January, but I'm objecting now. And that's my rationale for not addressing this policy when it's very clearly a policy that relied on both subcommittees.
1 minute.
I just want everybody to kind of think on that. You know, this is a very transparent, straightforward process that we've used for many years. If we want to update that process, if we change that process in the future, that's fine. But all of a sudden say on day 78, there's this issue we shouldn't move forward with because way back in day 2, we should have made a different decision. Just doesn't track for me. You know, vote on the amendment on its merits. Vote on the amendment whether or not you agree or disagree with the policy. I would encourage you to support the Bowles amendment as good policy. But I believe that's what we should be making our decisions on. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Matt Hansen. Senator Kavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to continue the conversation about the importance of this amendment and echo Senator Hansen's sentiments about that this was referenced to the Appropriations Committee, and while we might not agree with all of the decisions of referencing, it is the process that we abide by in this body and need to be respectful of that. I wonder if Senator Clements, I'm not sure if he's on the floor, if he'd be willing to yield to a question. Senator Clements.
Senator Clements, would you yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Clements. So I borrowed from Senator Howard's desk her lovely tabbed copy of AM 1329 to LB 294, and I wondered why this was the piece of the healthcare DHHS that you had an issue with. She does have these multiple tabs where similar things are referenced and really prescribing what the department does, just like this one does. Is there a reason that those didn't catch your ire?
This one did come out separately, and when we had the hearing, I did know that Health and Human Services testified in opposition, and I agreed with them on this particular issue. I'm not a Health and Human Services expert, so this one was stood out more and decided to try to work on this one by itself.
So the end of this section 6 that you have to be struck, the very end of it says, such funds shall be used to research demographic trends, project current and future service needs, and provide recommendations for continued statewide access to long-term care services, including nursing facility care for Medicaid recipients. So I think that kind of most succinctly explains what this does. It's lines 6 through 9 on page 5 of the Bowles Amendment. And I'm just wondering what particularly about that was the department in opposition to?
You know, their statement was they're already able to do a study. They do a study. Now, Senator Bowles has mentioned that she feels like their study is not as complete as this one. And I wasn't as aware, but they thought the amendment was unnecessary and was placing additional administrative burden on the department.
But this would potentially replace that study, so it would be doing just a more comprehensive study, not doing 2 studies.
I think this would be an addition. I believe they already, you'd have to double check with them, but I think they do the long-term redesign study separately.
Okay, thank you. Senator Bowles, maybe, I don't know if you could speak to that.
Senator Bowles, would you yield?
I'd be happy to yield.
So would this study replace the study that they currently do, or would it be an addition?
It would be an addition. I see it as very complementary. I would be happy to make copies and share on the floor the Medicaid long-term care redesign study.
1 minute.
It's not reading for everyone, but it is a broad, comprehensive plan that addresses home and community-based services, needs assessments, the no wrong door strategies, administrative efficiencies, it's maybe more of a 100,000-foot view versus digging into the specific services that we need for nursing facilities and our significant aging population. So they are quite different.
And do you know how that study is funded, the one that they currently do?
Oh, that's a great question. My understanding is that it is funded through the Department of Health and Human Services operations budget, which is matched 50-50 with Medicaid funds. I can cross-check that to be certain, but that's my current understanding.
So this would be an opportunity to do a deeper dive into that work and continue funding it the same way, assumedly, with 50-50.
Yep, this study would be actually cash funded, so it would be funded through the fines and penalties that are paid
Time,
into
Senator.
the nursing facility penalty cash fund.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh, Senator Clements, and Senator Bowles. Senator Walls, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in opposition of FA 79 and support AM 1746 and LB 294. As I was listening to the debate, Senator Ben Hansen brought up a good point about taxpayers and making sure that we're taking care of our constituents' money. And one thing that continually runs through my mind is the fact that there are so many senior citizens who have paid taxes for years and years and years, who deserve to live out the remainder of their lives in a safe and comfortable environment, free from abuse and neglect, and certainly should be able to live out the rest of their lives in their own community near their families. Currently, long-term care facilities are operating under the fee-for-service model, where they are reimbursed a portion of their expenses for the services that they are providing. The department would like to move these facilities under managed care program. However, we have heard that many providers under Heritage Health are experiencing problems with being reimbursed for the services that they provide. In fact, there are cases where it takes months and months, sometimes even years, to receive a payment that they are due. And I know I gave you guys this example before when I stood up and talked about LB 468, but I'm just going to go over that again. If an individual, let's say, is dual eligible and living in one of the care facilities, meaning they both have Medicare and Medicaid, and a service that they are provided costs $100, Medicare would pick up the initial 80%, and Medicaid would then reimburse the remaining $20. But we are often seeing that there's an incorrect $0 payment to them, and that is a big problem. Some of the reasons that they are rejected claims, a variety of different reasons, but one of the reasons is that we heard of was a wrong color form. And this may not seem like a lot of money, but $20, let's say, times 40 residents is equal to $800. And that's about the salaries of 2 staff who would be working at that nursing facility. Before we take a step forward and introduce a new population into the managed care system, we need to take time and study the situation and carefully consider the impact that it would have on our seniors and those living in long-care nursing facilities. If these facilities were to shut down, people would be forced to move away from their communities and their families, those people who have already paid their dues and paid taxes for many years. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wells. Senator Morfeld.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise in opposition to the floor amendment and in support of the underlying budget bill. I just want to make a few different comments based on some other comments that were made earlier. First, we are prioritizing property tax relief. In fact, we've increased the property tax relief fund by 23% over the biennium to $550 million, nearly $550 million, a few $1 million less. So I think that's a pretty significant investment in property tax relief, particularly given that the amount of revenue that we bring in as a state, other than federal funds, is about $4.5 billion. And I'm not great at math as a political science major, but that's a little bit under 10%, or a little bit over 10% of our entire revenue that we are putting to property tax relief. Now, don't even get me started on the fact that we're doing that and really nobody even knows about it, because most people don't know that they're getting the property tax relief in the first place because it's on line 6 or 7 of their property tax receipt. So to say that we are not prioritizing property tax relief is completely false. We are prioritizing property tax relief, but what some people fail to acknowledge is that there's other priorities in this state. Senator Ben Hansen noted that some people in the state are not able to spend the way that the state spends. Well, you're right. It's because some people, like Senator Ben Hansen and other folks, have opposed things or not helped Medicaid expansion being implemented. So, yeah, there's a bunch of families that can't make decisions or choices that they would otherwise be able to make because we haven't enacted common sense policy to make it so that some families can have the same amount of health care or affordable or accessible health care at the very least, so that they can make these decisions, so that they can have flexibility, so they can increase their budget by 3 or 4% each year in their family. But that being said, if you don't think that this is a responsible budget, and you don't think it's a responsible budget because we're spending too much and a 3% increase is too much, then you clearly don't also think that the governor's budget was responsible either, because he had an average 3.1% increase. This budget is an average 3.0% increase. So this is actually a more responsible budget in terms of spending and keeping spending low than the governor's original budget. So I just think that it's disingenuous to say that, number one, we're not cutting enough, we're spending too much, we're barely being able to cover the priorities that we already have, and meanwhile, we're spending 10% of our revenue, a little bit over, on property tax relief. And despite that fact, people still come and say, well, we're not prioritizing property tax relief. Well, how so? Well, we're not giving it all to a certain group of people. That's what they mean. Because unless they don't pay any property tax or much less than what they're currently paying, they're never going to be happy. I mean, we could defund everything else in the state and probably still not make everybody happy when it comes to property tax relief, and we'd still be having this debate. It's a race to the bottom. There's no clear metric, there's no clear bars in terms of how far we have to go. If you have more assets, you have to pay more taxes. That's how it works with the people that I represent, and that's how it should work with everybody else. Now, if we want to provide more property tax relief, then we have other priorities that we also have to fund. So let's increase some revenue somewhere. Because the other priorities, such as healthcare, such as long-term care for our seniors, those are the types of things, and not only that, public education, K through 12, higher education, those are things that bring people back to the state and keep people in the state. And for as many people that are leaving the state because of high taxes, I tell you, there's a lot of other people coming back. My grandfather, born and raised here, he came back recently, and it wasn't because of taxes or they were too low or too high, it was because he had family here. The quality of life was good here. Cost of living was actually pretty low as compared to a lot of other states that he lived in. Also, I have never heard, and I've heard the governor say this a few times, I've never heard from one of my constituents, half of which are students, wow, you know what? Man, I'm leaving the state because of these high taxes. And that's half our battle, is keeping young people here so that, number one, we have a strong tax base, and number two, so that we can fulfill some of the workforce needs that we have to fulfill to keep people here in the first place. I know just as many seniors that have left the state because we have horrible, as compared to some states, we have horrible options for seniors in terms of long-term care. And when those people leave the state, they also take their assets with them and some family. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Marfeld. Senator Vargas.
It was like a 5-minute rant.
Thank you very much, President. I don't know this a lot. Okay, so I do want to thank Senator Morfeld that it's nice. I'd like living as much as we can in fact. It's important because, you know, the hard part about, yeah, I know, Senator Linehan's like, yeah, I really want that all the time. And I'm talking about the Appropriations Committee. So in this instance, when we're dealing in fact, I want to make sure that things are in the record, because the hard part about it is we really can say whatever we want, and we are referencing things, but I want to reference what we're really looking at in this report. And if you haven't looked at the budget book, I encourage you to take a look. I do want to call out what Senator Moorfeld said about the general fund budget growth, that if you disagree with the appropriations, general fund appropriation, what we put out, it is lower than the governor's budget growth for the general fund at 3%. So he provides his recommendations for what we should cut, and we have our recommendations. We got to basically the same number, actually slow down growth more. If you historically are looking at how we are spending over the last 20 years, this is very important because I am proud of this. We continue to provide relief through the budget process and the property tax relief fund. We have done that. At the same time, if you look at the last 20 years dating back to 1999 to now, and you look at the average percent change in growth of the general fund or the budget that we put out, this Appropriations Committee has had the slowest amount, smallest amount of growth of our general fund budget in terms of spending. And there have been recessions, there have been economic activity and dips and upward trends over the last 20 years, but we're looking in 2001 to 2002, 6% growth, 2000 to 2001, 5.8% growth, 2005, 2006, 7.8% growth, 2006 to 7% growth. And it keeps going on in a very upward trend. But then when you look at what we enacted in 2017-18, negative 0.3% growth. The next year, 1.3% growth. And then for this year, starting to then build back up on those cuts, which is not, it is a percent growth on those cuts. We're looking at an overall 3% growth. I want to make that very clear that what we've been doing and what we put out is in reflection to all the previous legislatures is actually been slowing down growth while we've been simultaneously continuing to then support recommendations and even putting more in sometimes to the property tax relief fund. That's we're doing better than previous legislatures have. I'm not saying we've solved the problem, but if you're looking at this as an either or, that our budget is either not doing what we're supposed to for property tax relief or it is, I'd like you to really think about to what extent we have been doing, which is not our only responsibility. Our responsibility is to make sure we are making reasoned judgment on how we grow prioritized agency operations to make sure we're meeting the needs of Nebraskans. We do not say yes to everything. I can tell you in our committee, there's a lot of instances where we're saying no. I can't tell you the number of times I'm looking at Senator Wishart because people will come and they'll say, we need a new car. Our car is 20 years old. And we'll say, we need you to actually work with that because we can't add more funding for that. We run into a lot of, we actually cut our own travel. For now, we've been doing this for years, where we used to have funding for travel for the legislature members to then go and do professional development. That no longer is in our budget. We removed those things, and we continue to do that. What we're really left with, and many people have said this, we're left with a lot of health insurance benefits, making sure we're keeping up with inflation, right-sizing things like provider rates, which we have cut in the past. And I think that's more to then get ahead of the data that we're seeing in terms of the population that is both aging and has a higher need, higher poverty, less likely to then have a job that actually supplies their ability to then not be in poverty. This is trying to do our best. And so I just want to put that on the record because if anybody is saying we're not doing enough, we are being overly spendthrift, and you look at that very binary as you either doing it or not, it's not true.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Vargas. Senator Howard.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I wanted to bring us back to the long-term care conversation that we were having previously and really focus in on the specifics of what AM 1746 is wanting to consider. But before I do that, unbidden on Monday, I actually got an email from a constituent, Isaac Smith, who's the executive director at Azria Health in Midtown, Omaha. And he said, "Greetings from Azria Health, Midtown. It was an honor to have you visit our facility in the summer of 2018. I also a few years ago got to call bingo out at Azuria Health and had a really nice time there. He said, if the state of Nebraska keeps cutting the Medicaid rate for long-term care patients, the most vulnerable population of our state will continue to be the worst victims of our state's inconsideration. My facility serves over 30 Medicaid residents every day, and I can assure you they need more care than ever because they are more clinically complex than ever. As reimbursement rates continue to decrease, it's becoming more difficult to provide competent healthcare practices and materials. Recent legislative decisions have been crippling for those of us who give our lives to serve others' needs. This has contributed in large to receiverships and closures of dozens of facilities over the past few years, and this trend will continue if the state legislature does not change, leading to hundreds of good, honorable people being further dislocated from families, proper health care, and shelter. Furthermore, consider the thousands of employees who serve this population whom will no longer have an avenue to serve others nor provide for their families. Thank you for your time and attention to this correspondence. So I think more than anything, I want Isaac to see that we are considering the challenges within our long-term care space, that we are making sure that our provider rates are appropriate. And in regards to AM 1746, I was hoping Senator Clements would yield to a question.
Senator Clements, would you yield, please?
Yes.
Senator Clements, you had mentioned that your understanding was that the department had already done a study of long-term care services. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
So I want to really clarify, and you're thinking of the long-term services and supports redesign. Is that what you're thinking of?
Yes.
Okay, so just to be really clear, that study was released in August of 2017, and the department has done nothing on it since then. Nothing. They put out another paper in December of 2018 that basically said, hey, this is what Mercer said, and this is what we're going to do, but we haven't done anything yet, and we don't intend to. But the other piece of it that I know, and I'm sure you read the study, it's like 34 pages. It's pretty, well, actually, I think it might be one of the 86ers. So when you read the study, did you feel as though it was catered and tailored to long-term care specifically?
I must say I did not read the study. I have understood that there was that study, and I understood that it was, I didn't know whether it had been implemented. That's news to me.
So I did read the study, but maybe that's because it sits in my wheelhouse a little bit more. And the study that was released in 2017 was actually really focused on the DD population and home and community-based services and long-term services and supports as it relates to the developmental disabilities population in the state. When we think about the study that Senator Bowles is proposing, it is exclusively around long-term care, which is a different population. It's really focused on elderly individuals. We don't actually have another avenue for it, and so these studies are dissimilar, not just in their focus, which is on payment structures, but they're also dissimilar in the population that they're looking at. And so I think as a policymaker, I think we want to know what's going on in our long-term care space. And I don't have any further questions for you, Senator Clements, thank you. I think we want to know what's going on in our long-term care space because we don't actually have very much information to work off of as policymakers, but for we get emails, but for we hear about long-term care facilities going into receiverships. I was loath to remove Senator Walz's evaluation from 468, but I understood that there was a legitimate financial concern there. And so AM 1746 really gives us the opportunity to restore that evaluation and make sure that we as policymakers fully understand what is going on in our long-term care space and what is happening to that very, very vulnerable population. So I would oppose FA 79, and I would urge the adoption of AM 1746. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Howard. Senator Wishart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to touch on just kind of setting the record about how we work in Appropriations Committee. So I have served on this committee now 3 years, and it's a whirlwind. Before that, I was a staff member, and I represented as a staff member senators who served on Appropriations and Natural Resources Committee. So I thought committees worked one way, And then you get into appropriations and recognize that it's a total different dance. And there have been some statements about the fact that we did not prioritize this year in terms of our budget process. And I want to be very clear, we spent many days talking about what our priorities are. In fact, we had one day where we specifically went around the table and our chairman asked us what we wanted to prioritize out of this budget. And what a lot of us agreed on were provider rate increases, flood funding for the devastated communities, prison reform in terms of problem-solving courts and staff salaries, and K through 12 education and higher education, as well as there were several of us who talked about the importance of funding our Secretary of State's election needs. So I did want to clarify that we spend a lot of time as appropriation members talking about what our priorities are. And just because they're not your priorities doesn't mean that they haven't been discussed. I did want to say as well, with appropriations, a lot of times the way it works, and this is good for all of the members here to know, because if you have something that you really care about in your district, it's good to get to us so we have enough time to prepare, because when you show up in committee, you better be prepared, you better have done your homework, because things move fast. We don't have the luxury of taking a ton of time discussing every issue to eternity. The goal as Appropriations Committee members is every day you go home and you prepare and do your homework so that when you show up, the next day, we can jump right in on discussing and voting on agency issues. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Wishart. Senator Linehan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate all the work the Appropriations Committee has done, and I've flipped through the book back and forth and looked at last year's book, and I can see that, they have difficult choices. And knowing something about serving in government for a number of years, rarely does somebody knocking on your door, I'm sure this is true at the Appropriations Committee, where they're not looking for funding. And I doubt anybody shows up there without a need that is important. So I do have some understanding of what they do, and I appreciate their work. I'm not going to actually talk about the appropriations budget, but I just want to stand up for a second, because it is a big part of the appropriations budget is state aid to education. It's a large part. I think Chairman Stinner has mentioned a couple of times that it got the largest increase in our budget. And that, I think, is as it should be. We are obligated by the Constitution to provide education, free, equitable education for every child from 5 to 18 years old. So it's not a surprise, nor should we be, we should be very proud of that. Our problem is, or what I feel very much is a concern, and I don't think, and this maybe is on me, we've not talked about it enough, is how that aid is distributed and whether it is fair to every child in the state of Nebraska. Some of my inspiration getting up and talking about this was Senator Wayne yesterday when he made the point, how is it that if he has a student in his district that's going to OPS, the state feels that that student should get $6,000, but if they opt into Bellevue or West Side or Millard, all of a sudden the child gets $10,000 from the state. I think that's a question we all really have to think about. We're talking about the same child. We're talking about in the same city, in the same metro area. So I think it's something we have to talk about. I also think we have to talk about if our formula just needs and we've tried, and I'm still looking for people that have better suggestions, but we have a formula where South Sioux City, great community, but somehow we see in South Sioux City that state funding should equal almost 70% of their budget. So every child in that school district gets 70% of their funding from the state. You can go down the road a little bit to Clarkson, however, and in Clarkson, Nebraska, we only pick up 16% of that child's funding. These differences are very dramatic, folks, and I don't think I'm sure that when 1059 TIOSA was originally passed, there was no intention of that legislature that one child would be getting 80 or 70 to 80% of their funding from the state, and the child in the next school district over would be getting 15%. I can't believe that was ever the intent of TIOSA. Let's go to Stanton Community Schools. They get state aid of 4.4 out of TIOSA, 4.45%. That's their funding from TIOSA. We can go to Lakeview. These two schools set side by side. So, sorry, Senator Mosier, but they're just such a good example. Columbus, total state aid is 43%. Next door at Lakeview, and I mean, we are talking about school districts that abut each other, it's 14%. So I think a formula that people are defending, I've actually not heard anybody in the legislature defend it, but people outside the legislature are defending a formula that provides 80% of the funding to some students and 10 to 12% to others is just not fair. And I should have brought the letter up with me, I didn't. I received a letter from a gentleman in Holdridge, Nebraska, and he said I could share the story. Twin daughters, graduated from Holdridge, obviously bright students. They're both in exceptional colleges, but they did not have the benefit of advanced placement classes. They did not have the benefit of all the stretch things that we have in our bigger schools. And these smaller schools are never going to be able to do that for their students unless we change this formula.
It's time.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Senator Linehan. Senator Groney.
Thank you, Mr. President. As Senator Linehan said, this is a big budget. It's got an awful lot of stuff in there. And 99 or 98% of it I agree with. You have to fund government. You have to fund the schools. You have to fund a lot of other entities that we have in this state. But somehow or another, we're going to have to slow it down. We are very high taxed in income and sales, and I know the old story about grow the community, grow the state, and the tax base grows. I haven't seen it. I've been waiting a long time. I've been a lifelong, well, I lived out of the state 10 years for occupational reasons, but I haven't seen it. I just see a lot of extravagant, call it a lifestyle. We offer things in Nebraska that other states do not. We have very low tuition rates in all of our higher education public entities. We 17th in the nation on funding for public schools per student. We're, like I said, third in the nation per capita funding for the University of Nebraska. And if you look at what we pay for in Medicaid, we have, I think last number I'd heard, 19 additional things we pay for that we don't have to. The feds said do not list it as necessary. It all adds up. I think Senator Hansen said it. Ben Hansen said 1 penny. It's that 1 penny, but 1 pennies add up when you only have 1.9 million people. And maybe 800,000 of them are net taxpayers. That 1 penny starts burdening those folks because they're not asking for all the services, and the consideration of them should be taken. They're called the taxpayer. And if what the state is already taxing us high, and because we rate high in income and sales tax, but then what pushed off to the property taxpayer is absolutely alarming, because there's a huge amount of tax. There's more taxes raised there than any of the other ones. As we know, 44% of our total taxation comes from property taxes. It just seems to be a total disconnect. People come down here and want to help others with other people's money, and they just totally forgot that the people you're taking the money from might need it themselves for their basic needs, for their mortgage payment, for their children's education. But we get caught up in this thing about who we're spending it on instead of who's paying it. And that needs to stop. You know, I'm going to support the budget in the end of the day, but I'll continue to say I do not like that we're starting to fund things in the budget and going directly to the appropriators and not through the committees. And I'm going to, now Senator Wayne, perk up. I'm not going to try to take your bridge out of here study, but come on, folks, that Missouri bridge study should have went to the Transportation Committee. We all know that. It should have came from there. And it should have been gone directly to the Roads Department to do it, to be directed to do it. In Revenue Committee, we had a couple of those bills where they were trying to dictate something to the Roads Department. With their taxation, that didn't go directly to appropriations. But more power to Senator Wayne for getting it done and getting his project done. It's Senator Erdman. He can have the rest of the time. This is the last time I'll stand on this because I want to go home tonight. But we need to start looking at every penny. Thank you.
Senator Erdman, 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I listened to the comments about funding the long-term care. I got a suggestion for you. I have an amendment in to take the $7.3 million that we gave the university for raises and utility increases that they don't need. Let's take that 7.3, move on my amendment, take that 7.3 million that the university is to get and give it to the most vulnerable, as Senator Howard said, help the most vulnerable to do something that really makes a difference. And we can do that 7.3 to them, and it won't mean squat to the university and the budget they have, 600 and some million, and we can make a difference. But that amendment's still on file, and we got to get to that one, but it makes sense to me. That's what we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Groney. Senator Bowles, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to continue on the theme that has been brought up this evening, particularly continuing the conversation I was having with Senator Ben Hansen and some of the concerns about whether or not we've made difficult choices. And I wanted to, again, talk about some of the cuts that we have made over time in our budget, and some of those that I think are worth bringing up because there's some question about whether or not we're able to make those tough decisions. In the last biennial budget cycle, we cut a number of programs, including the Riparian Vegetation Aid Program, which my colleague to my right, Senator Hughes, was supportive of. We were no longer able to fund that, as well as the Master Teacher Program, which was a bill that I brought, and we were no longer able to fund it. So Dan and I both had sacrifices in the last budget cycle. We also cut during that time about $5 million from the Water Sustainability Fund, and that fund is not it's not a fund that directly impacts District 29, but that was a really difficult cut to make. It wasn't something that we did lightly, and in fact, in this budget, we replaced those dollars. So when we're talking about budget growth, we're also talking about making some things right that have been difficult in the past. Another area in the same vein is that we restored some cuts to different aid programs under the Department of Education. And Senator Linehan was reflecting on how education is one of the things that we actually must do or must fund. And so I think some of those programs, including funding for high ability learners, early education grants, and others, were important to replace, were important to put back for the quality of education and services in our state. So, colleagues, I just want to talk a little bit of history in terms of things that we have made difficult decisions about in the past that remain cuts to things that people care about, as well as things that we have cut in the past that we have tried to make right because they are priorities to people in this body. The Water Sustainability Fund, I think, is a really good example of that is so important to our rural colleagues. I also thought it would be helpful for the educational moment or for the context to talk about a few other things that we fund through cash funds. And an example of something that we fund through a cash fund is we expanded service centers for the Department of Motor Vehicles. And again, these are cash funds just like the cash fund that we're using from the Nursing Facility Penalty Cash Fund for this study. We used cash funds for the Department of Motor Vehicles that come from the people who use the motor vehicle services to increase service centers, including installing security cameras, soundproofing conference rooms, and providing testing spaces. So there are strategic things that we do through cash funds that add value to our state, and they are somewhat different than things that are general funded priorities. Another example is the Grain Sorghum Board, for example, uses their cash funds for marketing. And if we talked about marketing in the same way that we talked about the nursing facility study, is this necessary? How do they contract that work out? Who does it and in what manner? I think we would see that there are plenty of other examples where cash-funded agencies do similar kinds of things. Another example is the Brand Committee. The Brand Committee is trying to go to a paperless inspection system, and we're supporting that with cash funds. A final example is that we're actually using revolving funds from our state agencies to do a parking facility study to help make our democratic system work better by making sure that people can access this Capitol building. So colleagues, my two main points here are when we look at the budget, we have to look at the history of things that we've cut and a few things that we're trying to make right. And I wanted to use this time on the mic to talk about the precedent of cash fund uses, which are varied and are a little bit different than general fund uses, but include everything from security cameras to paperless inspection programs for the Brand Committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bowles. And by the way, Senator Bowles, that was your third time at the mic. Waiting in the queue, Senator Crawford, Clements, Hilgers, and others. Senator Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I rise in opposition to FA 79 and in support of AM 1746 and LB 294. I've already spoken before about my support for AM 1746. I do think that making sure that we have a business plan for our long-term care is critical, and this provides an opportunity to do that. I think that it's important that we have on the record where this money comes from for this study, because if some people are maybe concerned about where the money comes from, I think it's important to have that on the record, that this money is coming from fines and fees and from the federal government. So I wondered if Senator Bowles would yield to a question.
Senator Bowles, would you please yield?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Thank you, Senator Bowles. I just wanted to make sure we clearly had on the record where the money comes from. I'm concerned about FA 79 striking this from the budget, and I just want to be clear where the money comes from for this study in terms of being responsible with our funds in terms of the budget. So I wondered if you would explain a little bit about where the state money comes from this program.
Sure. So if anybody really wants to dig into it, the fiscal office would be happy to show you the state government cash and revolving fund book, which outlines all of our cash funds and their uses. This comes from Fund 22690, which is the Nursing Facility Penalty Cash Fund. And the fund is built up by civil penalties assessed against a nursing facility, which are found in violation of Medicaid regulations. And again, LB 22 passed earlier this session made what we're doing in this amendment appropriate under this cash fund authority.
Great, thank you. So the funds to improve our nursing home facilities, have a business plan on how to move forward for long-term care, comes from those fines for people who are not following the rules in terms of long-term care. So that's critical for people to understand. This is not something that's coming from the general fund. This is coming from a cash fund that's based on those fines. Can I also ask Senator Bowles another question? Ask if Senator Bowles would yield to another question.
I'm sorry, Senator Bowles, would you yield again?
Sure. And I wondered if you would clarify for the record where the federal funds come from for this program.
Sure. Contingent upon approval from the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, there would be matching funds from federal funds. The federal guidance states that funds may be used to support activities that protect or improve the quality of care or quality of life for residents. This may include a number of things: assistance for facilities that are closing or decertifying, projects that support councils, development and maintenance of receivership capacity, and other quality assurance, performance improvements, and research initiatives.
Great, thank you. So colleagues, I think it's very clear that the study that we're talking about and is one that is using funds that come from fines in our cash fund and is leveraging federal dollars. I think that's very valuable for us to leverage those dollars to have an outside consultant to help conduct this study. It's always valuable to get that perspective. And I know that the department has been concerned about having a business plan, and this produces a business plan for long-term care. So I think it's very consistent with their effort.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. To have a business plan for the department overall. This will really help to fine-tune their business plan in terms of how it relates to long-term care. And so I, again, stand opposed to FA 79. I think that it's a valuable part of our budget. It's a part of how we're allocating resources to really help the most vulnerable in our state and also to improve our ability to function efficiently. So that's an important part of our role here is as we're allocating resources to also think about what helps us improve our efficiency in the future. And this study appears to be an important part of that effort. So it's money well spent. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bowles and Senator Crawford. Senator Clements, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate all the discussion. I hope we haven't just turned this huge several hundred-page document into a discussion of just one little section, and welcome anybody to talk about anything else they want. But I did have conversation with people from the Health and Human Services Department, and regarding the comment that nothing was done with a study that they did in 2017, they say that they did implement some electronic visit verification to help cut down on fraud, to ensure providers are making visits to homes, and that means when a provider says they're with a patient, they are verifying that they are, which makes the program more efficient and not wasteful. And they also implemented some active case management, finding out people who were at home, if they needed transportation to doctor appointments. This study identified a need for that, and they implemented a program for that. So maybe not all of the points of the study were implemented, I'm not sure, but it wasn't just put on the shelf and not implemented at all. Back to the main budget, the one thing I kept hoping that we would have would be $16 million for the military pension, 50% tax deduction, and it really never got discussed in our deliberations, and we ended up with provider rate increases that were $39 million above what the governor recommended. Another $7.3 million to the university. The therapeutic foster care service I mentioned, $4.5 million. They told us that they're not ready. They're going to do that service, but it's not, the business plan isn't finished yet. That's money that may or may not really be used over this biennium. And I think there were some other new programs that were not in previous budget that used up some of the funding. that I would have liked to have seen, especially for retired military, to get this tax deduction that would really help in the Offutt area, in my district especially, with retired military people and with businesses looking for employees. I hope that we can maybe see the revenues in the state improve enough that we'll find room for that in the future. With that, I yield the rest of my time to Senator Breezy.
Thanks, Senator Clements. Senator Breezy, 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Clements, for that. I appreciate that. I just want to talk very briefly about support for education, and Senator Linehan broached the subject here a little bit ago, and I want to follow up on that. My data suggests that we're 13th in the country in per student support of higher education, but according to U.S. Census Bureau data, we're about 5th or 6th from the bottom in support per K-12 student. And I don't think you can justify that disparity. And this isn't intended to be an indictment of higher education spending in Nebraska, but I did want to point that out. But why do we have that disparity? You know why? It's because we can depend on the property taxpayers to take over and support K-12 education in Nebraska. We have the local property taxpayers to bail us out on K-12 funding. Our over-reliance on property taxes allows us to do this. So when I campaign next time, I'll be able to send out mailers saying I'm a fiscal conservative, I control the growth of spending, I help balance the budget. But if I'm going to be truthful, I'm going to have to put on the bottom of that mailer in fine print, but the property taxpayers got hammered on my watch. So what can I do about that? What can we do about that? What we can do about that is increase our state support of K-12 education in this state, and we've got a bill that can help us do that, and that's LB 289. So folks, we need to take a hard look at LB 289. It can provide significant property tax relief for all your constituents.
It's time, Senator.
It needs to be back on the floor. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Breezy. Senator Hilgers.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I rise in support of LB 294 and elements of 1746, in particular the elements regarding the Attorney General's budget and the Secretary of State's budget. I want to say I appreciate the conversation about the budget today and earlier on select file. I think it's important for us to have some time to be able to discuss this. I do want to thank Senator Stinner and the appropriators for their hard work. They have had months of effort that they've put into this particular process. And I think while you can, commend and appreciate and acknowledge the great work that they have done, you can also acknowledge at the same time that the rest of the body is at a disadvantage in analyzing that work. Over the last 4 months, and really even before the session started, the Appropriations Committee has had the opportunity to be able to interview the stakeholders at various agencies, to be able to ask the hard questions, to be able to investigate the cash funds, to be able to question and challenge budgets. All of that, by the way, is a good thing. That all ought to happen. At the same time, when we're on the floor, we're at a disadvantage, and the reality is we just are simply at a disadvantage to be able to analyze with the appropriate context whether or not those decisions are the same decisions that we would make. Now, certainly we have a great deference in this body to the committee system, and I acknowledge that. But I do think that a vote for LB 294 is not necessarily a vote to say that I support the budget, that had I been on the Appropriations Committee, that I would have asked different questions or maybe have come to a different conclusion. So I think it's important to say thank you to the Appropriations Committee, Chairman Stinner, and the work that they did, but also acknowledge that it is not an ideal or optimal process to get such a complicated document on day 70. Now, that's what our rules state, so it's not certainly criticism of anyone in particular, but I do think it's an acknowledgement of an imbalance of information that makes this a little bit more difficult. That being said, I'm glad we've had the opportunity to discuss the budget over the last couple of days. And I do think from a big picture perspective, a couple points I just wanted to make, since this might be the only time that I have to be able to discuss the budget. I'm of the belief that in order to have long-term, fiscally sound policies that provide tax relief, real meaningful, sustainable tax relief to people, the way to do that is to control spending over time. And I think you can do that without, I think usually it's sort of, we talk about it in a binary choice. Well, the only way you get tax relief is by cutting spending, and if you cut spending, you cut services, and if you cut services, you hurt people. I think that's usually the logical flow of the argument, and I really reject that. It certainly is true, just like any budget, if you were to cut a budget 10% tomorrow, that it's very likely that whatever the budget was supporting, whether it's services or a family budget or a company, they're going to have to make some hard choices that are going to impact their ability to be effective. That's no doubt true. But I don't think that you have to have it either or. And I think over the long term, by making smart decisions, disciplined decisions, that focus, as Senator Erdman spoke about the other day, on the priorities that we agree upon that we should focus on. If it's the university, well, gosh darn it, fund the university to be the best it can be. If it's our K through 12 education system, we'll do it. If it's our healthcare, HHS system, do that. We ultimately have to set priorities and we have to build around those. But I think you can do it over time. You can have the services that you want. You can be able to, be able to fit them within the budget and give tax relief if you're able to be disciplined over time and encourage innovation and ingenuity. There's no reason that government couldn't operate in a way that's similar to what businesses do around the country every single day. As a small business owner myself, I know what it's like to be able to, when you're fighting out there trying to do something better for less money. So the idea that we can only, by cutting spending, we therefore cut services, I think over the long haul at least, maybe in the short term, but the long haul, I don't accept that, and I think it's important for me, at least over the long term. What I'm looking for is, are we funding our priorities the way that we should, and are we trying to be disciplined and make sure that our spending is not just spending every available dollar that we have. Thank you, Mr. President. So those are a few of the things that I focus on when it comes to this budget. I think ultimately we need to ensure that we have more money that we give back to people and doing it responsibly. I appreciate the work that the Appropriations Committee has done. I'll yield whatever time I have left to Senator Chambers.
Thanks, Senator Hilgers. Senator Chambers, 40 seconds.
Long enough to say thank you very much.
Thanks, Senator Chambers. Mr. Clerk, you have a motion to the desk?
I do. Senator Stinner would move to invoke closure pursuant to Rule 7, Section 10.
It's a ruling of the chair that there has been a full and fair debate according to LB 294. Senator Stinner, for what purpose you rise?
I would like a call to the House and roll call in reverse order, please.
Thanks, Senator Stinner. It's been a request to place House on a call. The question is, shall the House go on a call? Those in favor of placing the House on a call, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Members, we're voting on the call of the House at this point. Record, please.
25 ayes, 5 nays, Mr. President, to place the, 33 ayes, 4 nays to place the House under call.
House under call. All unexcused members, please return to the chamber and check in. The House is under call. All unexcused personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senator Walls, please check in. Senator Mosher, please check in. Members, we're going to have to ask you to check in again, please. We had a technical glitch up here. Please check in again, please. Please check in. Senator Vargas, Senator Crawford, please check in. Senator Walls, Senator Wishart, please check in. Senator Wishart, please check in. Members, please come to order. All unexcused members are now present. The immediate question before the body is whether or not to invoke cloture. A roll call vote in reverse order has been requested. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Wishart. Voting yes. Sir Williams. Voting yes, Sir Wayne. Voting yes, Sir Walls. Voting yes, Sir Vargas. Voting yes, Sir Stinner. Voting yes, Sir Slama. Voting yes, Sir Shear. Voting yes, Sir Quick. Voting yes, Sir Pansy Brooks. Voting yes, Sir Merman. Voting yes, Sir Moser. Voting yes, Sir Moorfeld. Voting yes, Sir McDonald. Voting yes, Sir McAllister. Voting yes, Sir Lowe. Voting yes, Sir Linehan. Voting yes, Sir Lindstrom. Voting yes, Sir Lathrop. Voting yes, Sir Legrone. Voting yes, Sir Coulterman. Voting yes, Sir Kalowski. Voting yes, Sir Hunt. Voting yes, Sir Hughes. Voting yes, Sir Howard. Voting yes, Sir Hickelman. Voting yes, Sir Hilgers. Voting yes, Sir Matt Hansen. Voting yes, Sir Ben Hansen. Voting yes, Sir Holleran. Voting yes, Sir Groney. Voting yes, Sir Gregert. Voting yes, Sir Geist. Voting yes, Sir Friesen. Voting yes, Sir Erdman. Not voting, Sir Dorn. Voting yes, Sir DeBoer. Voting yes, Sir Crawford. Voting yes, Sir Clements. Voting yes, Sir Chambers. Voting yes, Sir Kavanaugh. Voting yes, Sir Breesy. Voting yes, Sir Brewer. Voting yes, Sir Brandt. Voting yes, Sir Bostelman. Voting no, Sir Bowles. Voting yes, Sir Blood. Voting yes, Sir Arch. Voting yes, Sir Albright. Voting yes. Sir Erdman voting no. 47 ayes, 2 nays on the motion to invoke cloture.
The motion to invoke cloture is successful. Our next vote will be a vote on floor amendment number 79. Senator Clements requests a roll call vote. Regular order. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Albright. Voting yes, Sir Arch. Voting yes, Sir Blood. Voting no, Sir Bowles. Voting no, Sir Bostelman. Voting yes, Sir Brandt. Voting yes, Sir Brewer. Voting yes, Sir Breesy. Voting yes, Sir Kavanaugh. Voting no, Sir Chambers. Not voting, Sir Clements. Voting yes, Sir Crawford. Voting no, Sir DeBoer. Voting no, Sir Dorn. Voting no, Sir Erdman. Voting yes, Sir Friesen. Voting yes, Sir Geist. Voting yes, Sir Gregert. Voting no, Sir Groney. Voting yes, Sir Holleran. Voting yes, Sir Ben Hansen. Voting yes, Sir Matt Hansen. Voting no, Sir Hilgers. Voting yes, Sir Hickelman. Voting no, Sir Howard. Voting no, Sir Hughes. Voting yes, Sir Hunt. Voting no, Sir Kalowski. Voting no, Sir Coulterman. Voting no, Sir Legrone. Voting yes, Sir Lathrop. Voting no, Sir Lindstrom. Voting no, Sir Linehan. Voting yes, Sir Lowe. Voting yes, Sir McAllister. Voting no, Sir McDonald. Voting no, Sir Moorfeld. Voting no, Sir Moser. Voting yes, Sir Merman. Voting yes, Sir Pansy Brooks. Voting no, Sir Quick. Voting no, Sir Shear. Voting no, Sir Slama. Voting yes, Sir Stinner. Senator Stinner voting no. Thank you, Senator. Sir Vargas. Voting no, Sir Walls. Voting no, Sir Wayne. Voting no, Sir Williams. Voting no, Sir Wishart. Voting no. Senator Chambers voting no. 21 ayes, 28 nays, Mr. President, on Senator Clements' amendment.
FA 79 is not successful. Our next vote is on Amendment 1746. All those in favor of AM 1746 vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted care to? Record, please.
40 ayes, 7 nays, Mr. President, on the adoption of the appropriations amendment.
AM 1746 is adopted. And finally, vote on LB 294, advanced ENR engrossing. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted?
Record, please. 40 ayes, 7 nays, Mr. President, on the advancement of the bill.
LB 294 advances. I raise the call. Items to the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. A series of new A bills, 311 ayes by Senator Crawford, it appropriates funds to implement 311. Senator Colderman, 607A, it appropriates funds to implement 607. 205A, Senator Colderman, appropriates funds to implement 205. Senator Kalowski, 733A, it appropriates funds to implement 733. And Senator Crawford, 323A, it appropriates funds to implement 323. Enrollment and Review also reports LB 300, 300A, and LB 675 is correctly engrossed. That's all that I have, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll now proceed to consideration of Legislative Bill 110. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Legislative Bill 110 is a bill originally introduced by Senator Wishart. It's a bill for inoculating of cannabis. It adopts the Medical Cannabis Act. It changes provisions relating to controlled substances and taxation. Introduced on January 10, at that time referred to the Judiciary Committee. The bill was advanced to general file. I do have Judiciary Committee amendments pending.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Senator Wishart, you're recognized to open on LB 110.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, good afternoon, colleagues. This has been a long time coming. I am here today to introduce LB 110, a bill that would establish the Medical Cannabis Act and provide for the cultivation, processing, and use of cannabis for medicinal purposes in Nebraska. First, I want to thank all of the families and advocates who have worked tirelessly on this legislation over many years, many of whom are here today still fighting for their loved ones' health. I want to thank my legislative staff, bill drafters, the Fiscal Office, the Judiciary Committee, and their staff for their diligent work on this bill and the accompanying materials. I also want to thank the doctors, pharmacists, law enforcement officers, gun rights advocates, chambers of commerce and industry, and many other people and organizations who have helped me craft what I would consider one of the best public health models in the country. I introduced LB 110 on behalf of the countless Nebraskans who have reached out to me in favor of cannabis reform. These are Nebraskans who span the political spectrum, are old and young, rural and urban, all who share a common desire for change because they or family and friends are struggling with a chronic illness and desperately want access to cannabis for medicinal purposes. So it doesn't surprise me when I reviewed a poll results from 2017 that showed over 70% of Nebraskans support the legalization of cannabis for medicinal purposes. That was 2 years ago, and since then, Utah, Missouri, and Oklahoma have joined 32 states in legalizing cannabis for medical purposes. In fact, I heard from one of my conservative friends this morning, who is a state representative in Alabama, that they are passing medicinal cannabis this year. Before we dive into the details of this system established in this bill with the accompanying committee amendment, I want to outline the history, science, and current environment surrounding cannabis. Cannabis is one of the oldest cultivated plants and has been used by humans medicinally for thousands of years. To date, more than 100 different cannabinoids have been identified in the cannabis plant. Our bodies have what is called an endocannabinoid system. Discovered in the 1990s, we now have decades of scientific purview about the system inside all of us. Our endocannabinoid system plays an integral part in the regulation of pain relief, mood management, blood pressure, and blood sugar control, appetite, sleep cycles, extinction of traumatic memories, inflammation, neuroprotection. This system controls it all. The cannabis plant and its over 100 cannabinoids has been shown to work hand in hand with our body's endocannabinoid system, hence the medicinal benefits. Outright prohibitions of cannabis began in the early 1900s and occurred state by state. Nebraska banned cannabis in 1927. Before researching this issue, I had always first thought that cannabis prohibition was at the federal level when it first started to become prohibited. It was actually the states that got us into this mess, state by state. So it should be the responsibility of states to get us out of it. At the time of prohibition, at least 27 medicines containing cannabis were legally available in the United States. In fact, the Legislative Council at the time for the American Medical Association opposed cannabis prohibition because it would prevent the medicinal use of cannabis. In 1970, with the establishment of the Federal Controlled Substances Act, cannabis was placed as a Schedule I drug, which prohibits the abilities of doctors to prescribe it medicinally and makes it incredibly hard to do medical research on it. I would like to point out that cocaine and methamphetamine are Schedule II drugs because they can currently be administered by a doctor for legitimate medical purposes. In 1972, a petition was submitted to the DEA to reschedule cannabis. After 16 years of court battles, the DEA's chief administrative law judge, Francis L. Young, ruled on September 6, 1988, quote, "Marijuana, in its natural form, is one of the safest therapeutically active substances known." I just want to clarify that this is Francis L. Young. He was the chief administrative law judge for the DEA at that time. And he said it is one of the safest therapeutically active substances known. The provisions of the Controlled Substances Act permit and require the transfer of marijuana from Schedule I to Schedule II. It would be unreasonable, arbitrary, and capricious for the DEA to continue to stand between those sufferers and the benefits of this substance. The DEA rejected the judge's ruling, and to date, cannabis remains a Schedule I drug. While Schedule I designation limits our ability to bring an application in front of the FDA for approval, a large and growing body of gold standard, double-blind, placebo-controlled scientific research and clinical trials continue to be done across our country and the world. In January of 2017, the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine conducted a rigorous review of more than 10,000 scientific research published since 1999 that details what is known about the health impacts of cannabis and cannabis-derived products. Their findings include one of the therapeutic uses of cannabis and cannabinoids is to treat chronic pain in adults. The committee found evidence to support that patients who were treated with cannabis or cannabinoids were more likely to experience a significant reduction in pain symptoms. For adults with multiple sclerosis-related muscle spasms, there was substantial evidence that short-term use of certain oral cannabinoids, man-made cannabinoid-based medications that are orally ingested, improve their reported symptoms. Furthermore, in adults with chemotherapy-induced nausea and vomiting, there was conclusive evidence that certain oral cannabinoids were effective in preventing and treating those ailments. This report definitely refutes claims that cannabis has no medical value. Colleagues, no one has died from overdosing on cannabis. According to the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, there is no listed case of cannabis as a cause of death. Meanwhile, prescription drugs such as opioids have become one of the leading causes of death in the United States. Yet the FDA, the very entity complicit in the opioid crisis, the DEA, and various other federal organizations have been extremely hostile in allowing progress on the type of medical research on marijuana that the FDA requires by continuing to move the goalposts for cannabis research. Over a dozen recent small-scale phase II clinical trials have found support for the medical efficacy of cannabis. But federal obstruction has prevented the type of scale in these trials that would be needed to take cannabis as a prescription drug, such as a phase III trial, to move forward with the FDA. There have been attempts by scientists to complete phase III trials and bring an application in front of the FDA, but those attempts have been stopped by the DEA. Which is why today a total of 32 states, likely 33 after Alabama leaders have the courage to take action, now allow for comprehensive medicinal cannabis programs, and no state that has established a medicinal cannabis system has sought to reverse it. The American Academy of HIV Medicine, American Bar Association, American Civil Liberties Union, American Nurses Association, American Public Health Association, the Lymphoma Foundation of America, the National Nurses Society on Addictions, the National MS Society, Epilepsy Foundation, the Episcopal Church, the Presbyterian Church USA, the United Church of Christ, the United Methodist Church Board and Church and Society, and countless other organizations support health practitioner supervised access to medical cannabis. Colleagues, if you have problems with the specifics of this bill, I am willing to work with you to make it better, just as I have worked with the Nebraska families. I've worked with the Nebraska Medical Association, the Fraternal Order of Police, State Troopers Association, and the State Chambers of Commerce to find a way to address their concerns while maintaining the integrity and fundamental goal of our system, which is to provide access to cannabis for people who are sick. What I cannot accept is an argument that this is too hard or complicated to deal with. We were elected to come here to study, to work hard to address tough, complicated issues like this, and I won't stop until we have a legal, safe, and humane medical cannabis system in our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wishart. As the clerk noted, there are amendments from the Judiciary Committee. Senator Lathrop, you're recognized to open on the committee amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, good evening. LB 110 was heard by the Judiciary Committee on January 25th. One of our longest hearings of the session. The bill, along with a committee amendment, AM 1508, each advanced on a 5-1 vote with one member present not voting and another member absent. AM 1508 is a white copy amendment that replaces the green copy of LB 110. It is a broad measure as it creates a patient health care provider relationship, a production and distribution chain, and a regulatory and oversight function relating to medical cannabis. I would like to thank Senator Wishart and her office for the numerous hours spent meeting and working with those having an interest in the bill and developing the compromises necessary to address as many concerns and suggestions as possible. I'd also like to thank Senator DeBoer and her staff, who spent a significant amount of time offering suggestions that fine-tuned this amendment. The first change that's noticeable is that the first lines of the amendment and continue throughout the measure is the title. The proposal is now called the Medicinal Cannabis Act as opposed to the Medical Cannabis Act, and while not a major change in terms of policy, numerous references to like medicinal use are spread throughout the amendment. The allowable amounts of cannabis that a patient can possess was reduced substantially from the original proposal. The amendment limits the allowable amount to 2.5 ounces of plant material and 2,000 milligrams of cannabis product. There is a process for medical necessity waiver, and the original provisions to allow for homegrown amounts have been removed. The list of qualifying conditions has been reduced. Provisions for chronic pain have been changed to require that the pain has continued for more than 3 months and is not managed with other approaches. PTSD, while listed, is to be reviewed by December 2020. Anxiety disorders are not included but subject to review for inclusion in December 2020. Patients can name one caregiver, which may include care facilities, by signing an affidavit designating the caregiver. The affidavit, along with a provider certification, allows the caregiver to obtain and deliver, as well as assist in administering. A waiver of additional designated caregiver is provided. Patients will visit their healthcare provider, who will provide a certification for the patient and that the patient has a qualifying condition after completing an exam and medical history. The exam includes a discussion on the risks of cannabis, on a pregnancy and family history, regarding psychotic disorders. Patients can then complete additional consent and disclosure forms and voluntarily register with the department. If the patient chooses not to register, they or their caregiver may utilize the dispensaries directly. Limitations are added on the number of certifications that can be provided by doctors or others. The period of certification is considered current is reduced from 1 year to 90 days. In addition to the limitations, requirements for continuing education for healthcare providers that provide numerous patient certifications and the establishment of those courses are included in the amendment. Smoking cannabis would be prohibited. Other restrictions, including consuming cannabis while in a motor vehicle and an open container restrictions, are included. And while the Medicinal Cannabis Act provides protections for patients if they have a certification and possess less than the allowable amount, there are no protections, either civil or criminal, for operating a motor vehicle, boats, or other vehicles while under the influence, as well as negligence or malpractice due to the use of cannabis. Patients who sell or share cannabis or products would be ineligible for registry program and subject to criminal penalties. Employers may restrict the use of cannabis by their employees, including drug-free or zero-tolerance policies. Employees discharged for misconduct involving cannabis cannot collect unemployment benefits. Medicaid does not cover cannabis costs for the patient, and insurers are not required to cover the cannabis treatments. Turning to the supply chain, AM 1608 establishes 4 entities within the process: producers, processors, dispensaries, and laboratories. Producers and dispensaries are limited to 10 per congressional district. Processors and laboratories are unlimited, but all 4 entities are approved and registered by the Cannabis Enforcement Department. The department establishes at least 3 levels of producers based on the size and number of plants cultivated. Security and fee levels vary by tier. Producers and processors must be at least 60% owned by a Nebraska resident and must contract with a laboratory for testing of the product. Producers can also register as a processor. Dispensaries cannot cultivate, harvest, or process cannabis. They must contract with a pharmacist who is available to consult or educate patients at no charge. The pharmacist must complete continuing education courses. 1608 establishes packaging requirements that include patient information, composition of the cannabis, date, recommended dosage, and include warning materials. The packaging must comply with federal requirements on child-proof or elderly containers, must be packaged in a manner that indicates that it has been opened. Dispensaries must also take back unused cannabis. As with producers, processors, and laboratories, applicants for registered dispensaries must be Nebraska residents, as well as 60% of the dispensary residents, as well as 60% of the dispensary ownership. Producers, processors, dispensaries, and laboratories cannot share office space with or refer patients to a specific healthcare provider. Laboratories cannot own an interest in the producers, processors, or dispensaries. The laboratories will test for concentration and for the presence of molds, fungus, and other chemicals. Testing results are reported to the producers, processors, or dispensaries in a manner established by the department. Employees of the producers, processors, dispensaries, and laboratories must be at least 21 years old and must go through a criminal background check at their cost. Turning to the regulation oversight component of AM 1608, the measure establishes the Cannabis Enforcement Department and the Medicinal Cannabis Board. The board consists of 7 members appointed by the governor and confirmed by the legislature. The make of the board includes 2 doctors, 2 pharmacists, a member of law enforcement, and 1 patient or caregiver, and a member with experience in substance abuse treatment. At least 1 member shall be from each congressional district, and a majority of the members must be advocates for medicinal cannabis. Members must be a Nebraska resident for at least 2 years and cannot have an ownership interest in any producer, processor, dispensary, or laboratory. Among the duties of the board are meeting at least quarterly, appointing a director of the Cannabis Enforcement Department, and advising the department on policies of the department, rules, regulations, and legislative recommendations. The department office will be located in Lincoln, but may have additional branch offices. Duties of the department include developing and distributing certification forms, developing a voluntary registry for certified patients and caregivers, approving producers, processors, dispensaries, and laboratories, and developing medical education courses and the warning materials distributed by the dispensaries. Other duties include inspecting the entities in the production and the dispensary chain, establishing a list of those who have violated provisions of the Act, and collecting fees for credit to the created Medicinal Cannabis Regulation Fund. Access to the voluntary registry maintained by the department is limited with specific language that prohibits providing registry information to federal alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, and the bill also protects gun owners by prohibiting the state and local agencies from using a patient or caregiver's status under the Act to deny or revoke their ability to own firearms or ammunition. Annual fees outlined in AM 1608 include for producers $40,000, for those in the tier with the largest number of plants, $5,000 for producers in the lower tiers, $40,000 for processors using a solvent-based extractions, $25,000 for dispensaries, and $15,000 for laboratories. Board members and employees of the department are prohibited from receiving or soliciting gifts from anyone subject to the Medicinal Cannabis Act. I recognize that this explanation of the amendment and changes to the original 110 is not completely comprehensive. I've tried to highlight the many items that make up the program envisioned by LB 110. I believe the work put into this measure has made it stronger. Thank you, and I would encourage your support.
Thanks, Senator Lathrop. Before proceeding, Senator Walz announces two very special guests with us today. We have with us the senator's husband, Chris Walz, and her daughter, Emma Walz, both from Fremont. Would Chris and Emma please rise? We'd like to welcome you to the rest of us. And Senator Wishart has some special guests as well. We have with us the senator's mother, Sarah Disbrow from Lincoln, and some friends, Denise Manton, Margaret Udgers, and Sidney Lynch, all from Lincoln. Those guests are with us on the North Balcony as well. Please rise. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Crawford would move to amend with AM 1865.
Senator Crawford, recognized to open on names 1865.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. Colleagues, AM 1865 is an amendment to simply take out edibles as one of the cannabis products that can be a part of this program. I really appreciate all the work that the Judiciary Committee has done and that Senator Wishart has done to try to make this program as secure as possible, to make sure that only those people who are in medicinal need are getting the cannabis. And one of our key efforts that we should have in a program like this is making sure there are no unintended, to make sure that we are dealing with possible unintended consequences. And one of the concerns I have is really about edibles, particularly edibles that are in the form of candy, cookies, that could easily be ingested by a juvenile and may be more attractive to youth. So that's my concern, is that, and I don't think that we would need to have edibles in terms of the medicinal use. I do want to clarify, and on the record, this does not include pills. By edibles, we're talking about candy, cookies, other food products that would have the cannabis in that food product. So this amendment, again, is simply to remove edibles as one of the cannabis products for the sake of making sure that we are getting the cannabis to the people who are most in need, and being careful not to have the cannabis get in the hands of youth, juveniles, other people to whom it should not be in their hands. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Crawford. Debate is now open on LB 110 and the pending amendments. Senator Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. President. I probably won't get to speak again on this, so I've got to say what's on my mind. First of all, I enthusiastically and without reservation concur with everything that has been said so far. I think Senator Wishart, I'm always inclined to call her Senator Wiseheart, so if I do, forgive me, but she demonstrated that today. Factually and reasonably and logically, she laid out the case for support for this bill. But I have to deal with something else, because as a longtime member of the legislature, I'm concerned about process. There was much discussion on an earlier bill, and I had no opportunity to get into that discussion. So I would like to ask Senator Groney a question or two, since he is on the floor now.
Senator Groney, yield, please.
Senator Groney, would you yield to a few questions?
Yes, I will.
Did you say during that debate on that budget bill, when they were talking about where the bill wound up, maybe where it should have been, did you say something about how the committee system needs to be protected and respected?
Yes.
Okay. Senator Groney, I think I heard where you made a motion to pull LB 147 from a committee.
Yes, I did.
That's not your priority bill, is it?
Yes, it is. It's a committee priority bill.
That's not your priority bill, is it?
It's the chairman's priority bill.
I should not ask a question if I don't know the answer, so since you don't want to answer it, I'll answer it for you. Your priority bill is LB 606. It dealt with natural resources districts and water augmentation. It was introduced in the Natural Resources Committee, if that's what it's called, and it's still there. Why didn't you try to pull your personal priority bill from that committee?
Because they deadlocked at 4-4, and I was given a fair hearing. And the chairman, I wasn't going to go against the chairman, but I am the chairman of the Education Committee, and the state of Nebraska wants this bill on the floor, and I have no other duty but to make sure
you're taking
it
my
is heard.
time now.
Thank you.
Because you didn't want to answer before, but now I'm going to ask you another question. Senator Groney, you answered that you're the chairperson of the Education Committee. Is that right? Senator Groney, you are the chairperson of the Education Committee?
Yes, I am.
That bill was heard in your committee?
Yes.
And your committee refused to advance it to the floor?
The committee advanced the amendment to replace it 6-2, and for some reason, the new language, it ended up 4-4.
Here's what I want to know. Your committee did not advance that bill to the floor, did they?
No.
You're the chairman of the committee. It's a committee bill. Is that correct? It's a committee priority bill?
Mm-hmm.
Then I won't ask questions. My time will run out. You tell me about respecting the committee structure, and the chairman of the committee is trying to pull a bill from his committee. He calls it a committee priority bill. Obviously, the committee does not agree. So that's what troubles me on this floor. Some of the most bombastic, pompous people on this floor violate the very things they condemn others for. How preposterous is it for a chairman of a committee to ask you all to pull a bill from his committee, which his committee says don't bring out here? He says the people of Nebraska want it here. The members here represent people because this is a Republican form of government. Now, I'm going to watch and see what you hypocritical Republicans do. When you talk about process and respecting the system, and he was telling how the committee system has to be respected, he said that today when he was upset about something that another committee did, then he turned around and violated it in the worst manner I've ever seen. I've been here 40-some odd years, and I've never seen a committee chair try to pull a bill from his own committee. My soul has been purged. My spirit is at ease. I've discharged my duty and responsibility, and I hope Senator Groney will take it to heart and act appropriately. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Chambers. Senator Erdman.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. It was great that I was in the second position because I've only got about 2 of these cards left, and I don't want to use them up. So let me say this. I am strongly, I don't know what that means, strongly opposed to 110. When I was home the last time, I attended a funeral, and a good friend of mine who's a doctor was there as well. And as we were leaving, he said, "We need to visit if you have a minute." I said, "I do." So we stepped over to the side, and he said, "You know, what concerns me about marijuana is we don't spend any time talking about schizophrenia and what happens to those people who use marijuana for a long period of time." And he said, "It is a very serious issue." And he said, "I see it, and I'm concerned about it, but seldom do we talk about it." And so as you look up what exactly marijuana does for those people who are schizophrenic, it says that those people that use cannabis are 300 times more likely to be schizophrenic. 300 times. It's an issue that we have to deal with. The other issue we have is they call it medical marijuana or whatever they call it, but it's never been approved by the FDA because it's not reproducible in the exact same quantities it was before. And as far as I know, in Colorado, when you go to buy marijuana, medical marijuana or whatever they call it, you don't get a prescription. You get a permission slip. And it's because it's not a drug that's regulated by the FDA, so the doctor doesn't know how much to give you or what the strength of it's going to be or how much to take. It's like playing Russian roulette. So I would assume they're probably going to make some kind of analysis of someone or make an analysis of their history to see if they're schizophrenic, and if they are, maybe they'll prohibit them from buying medical marijuana. But when they legalized marijuana in Colorado, and I pulled the chart up to see about their accidents and death fatalities or fatalities on the highway, the year after they approved medical marijuana was the highest year in fatalities on Colorado highways. So don't tell me that marijuana doesn't kill people. It does kill people. We can talk about that, and I know, as I've said in the past, sometimes sharing facts don't mean anything here. But that's a pretty alarming statistic, the amount of fatalities that were what Colorado had in fatalities on the highways after it was passed. And because there's so many people in the queue and people might not get to speak again, I'm going to yield the rest of my time to Senator Hilgers.
Thank you, Senator Urban. Senator Hilgers, 1 minute and a half.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Erdman. I also rise in opposition to LB 110 and the accompanying amendments. I do want to thank Senator Wishart for the work that she's done, along with Senator DeBoer, the Judiciary Committee. I understand they've invested a lot of hours into this, and if it was in a different bill in another context, it'd be something I probably could support. Or I can't support this bill in this context today. And we're gonna talk about a lot of pieces of this, but I just want to start with, and I don't have much time, so let me just frame this from the beginning, which is, there's a federal statute in place called the Controlled Substances Act that explicitly prohibits those from dispensing marijuana, or those that are Schedule I drugs, and this is a Schedule I drug. Now, this has a number of implications for this debate. The first implication, and I don't have a lot of time, but the first implication is that what we are doing here is based on a legal house of cards. We are in direct conflict with federal law. And that goes, by the way, not just for this statute, but any petition that might be successful that might amend the Nebraska Constitution. I don't think we ought to be passing things that are in direct conflict with federal law. The second implication is one that was referenced by Senator Wishart in her opening, which is because it's a Schedule I drug, there's very little data on the efficacy, the dosage, the potential value of marijuana. So there isn't actually very much data to support us doing what it is that we want to do, even if it wasn't in direct conflict with federal law. But on the same token, there's actually a whole lot of evidence, and we're going to talk about this throughout this debate. There's a whole lot of evidence, scientific evidence, showing the significant negative effects of marijuana. So as we go through this, I expect a great debate, a thoughtful debate. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Hilgers. Senator Pansy Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. Well, in the committee statement, you'll see that I was absent for this vote out of committee, and that's because I was at the graduation last weekend of our daughter in Washington, D.C. So I stand to, for the record, make clear that I wholeheartedly support LB 110 and the amendments 1680 and 1865. Since 2015, I've sat in the Judiciary Committee and heard these issues. I've heard the sky is falling mentality over and over again. I've heard the myth that this is addictive and we have to worry and what will happen to our society. I've heard the myth that it leads to recreational marijuana, when time and again the studies show that this is not true. The fact is that medical marijuana would become a tool in the tool chest of doctors. Not every doctor will use that tool. They will determine the need on a case-by-case basis. Senator Erdman talked about a 300% or more chance of schizophrenia. Well, Dr. Jim Sorrell at our hearing, who's from the Department of Health and Human Services, testified that it increases from a 1 to 2% chance of schizophrenia. Not a 300% chance. I guess if you look at 1 to 2%, that's a 100% increase, but again, it's very low. So hopefully, if a doctor knows that someone is schizophrenic or has some issue or some other issue or where it would not be good, a doctor would not prescribe it. This fear of reefer madness has been unsubstantiated for decades. Decades. What has been substantiated is opioid madness. Where are the bills to bring forth the requirements to stop the opioid abuse that pharmaceutical companies have placed upon our society for decades? But no, the pharmaceutical companies are up in arms about a plant that we've known about for millennia. And yet we're so concerned, yet not one statistic shows that anyone died from an overdose of marijuana. And we're not talking about marijuana, we're talking about medical marijuana. And then we've been sitting for years through the hearings on medical marijuana and watched through our own tears about the pain and the suffering and the medical tourism that has had to occur while people leave from Nebraska to move into Colorado to protect their child. I'll tell you what, if one of my children had that issue and had schizophrenia or had 300 seizures plus a day, I would sure as heck be going to and trying every single thing possible. So for us to sit here on our mighty horses and act as if, oh, this isn't something we need. Well, you and I might not need it, but I'll tell you what, the parents of the children who came with helmets on their heads so that during seizures they didn't get brain injuries, and whose seizures we witnessed during hearings, need it. They've come to us, but the pharmaceutical companies have said, no, don't worry, let us handle it. There's not enough testing. There's been testing on this for millennia. And we've had testing. Senator Crawford had a bill that tested it and showed that there is value in medical marijuana. And that happened at our own University of Nebraska Omaha Medical Center. So to act as if nothing can happen, this is going to be terrible for us. You know what? Heroin's terrible. Are we saying that heroin should be available to the masses and on the street? No. What we're talking about is medical marijuana, the ability of a doctor to prescribe that marijuana to the patient whom they think needs that drug. And I hope that we can get past this. These stories are legion. The data showed that the military is using it. All sorts of states are using it. And we have still not had a single overdose. So I stand in wholehearted support for the health of the people of Nebraska. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pansy Brooks. Senator Wishart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a few rebuttals for some of the comments that were made. First of all, there was discussion about marijuana use can cause psychotic breaks and the increased risk of schizophrenia. First of all, I want to say there is no study that proves causation between someone who consumes cannabis causing schizophrenia. There's no study that shows that. A recent letter signed by 75 health researchers and doctors state that proponents of this argument are cherry-picking studies and mistakenly conflating association with causation. And colleagues, be very careful, be very wary. I have sat through this debate for 3 years now, heard a lot of opposition where they conflate causation with correlation. The group of experts write, while associations between marijuana use and mental illness have been established, research suggests that the association is complex and mediated by multiple factors other than marijuana, including genetics. I would like to say as well, I heard from people at the hearing that there was concern about this. And so we look to address this in the bill. What we do is we require, before a doctor can recommend cannabis to any patient who has a qualifying condition for which they can be part of this system, they will do an extensive family history review to see if somebody has a predisposition for schizophrenia. So we are trying to address that issue as well. And for those of you who think that we magically live in a state where nobody currently is consuming cannabis. That is not a reality that we're living in. I also wanted to push back on the claims that medical marijuana laws are making roads unsafe. In fact, a 2017 study published in the American Journal of Public Health found that medical cannabis laws were associated with a decrease in fatal car crashes after the enactment of medical cannabis laws. Colleagues, the choice you have today is to vote in favor of LB 110 and support public health, or vote against the bill and deny reality. Voting against this bill would be a denial of the reality that Nebraskans are already self-medicating with cannabis, without the benefit of a doctor's safe advice, and they're purchasing cannabis illicitly, not knowing whether it's laced with another drug or moldy. Voting against this bill would be a denial of the reality that there is a petition initiative to grant a constitutional right to cannabis for medical purposes that's already been launched. It will gain enough signatures to go to the ballot and will be voted on overwhelmingly in support by Nebraskans. What we're doing with LB 110 today is giving all of us, the legislature, we were elected here to come and make laws. 32 other states have been able to do this, and not one of those states has moved back on that decision. In fact, later on in my testimony, I will read quotes from law enforcement officers who came in opposed to legalization in states where medical cannabis is now legal, who come back a year later, 2 years later, 3 years later. They say the sky has not fallen. If you'll notice here, there are a majority of law enforcement officials, they stayed neutral on this bill. They stayed neutral on this bill. They don't want to be spending their money going after sick people, treating them like criminals. They have far bigger problems to deal with. We're going to hear from Senator Slama's bill coming up, where she is going after human trafficking, child abuse. That's what our law enforcement officers should be spending their money on. We have limited funds. We've talked about that today with our budget. We have limited funds.
1 minute.
Where do we spend those funds? Where do our law enforcement officials spend those funds? And all of you are not going to vote on this, and they're going to be spending their money treating sick people like criminals when they should be spending their money dealing with a lot more important issues.
Thanks, Sir Wishart. Senator Arch.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a very serious debate we have today because we take our duty very seriously here in the legislature. Our duty, as I see it, as I understand it, is to do what is in the best interest of our citizens with the best information available. And debate is part of the disseminating of that information, and this is a very serious debate because we have people who are suffering, who have serious medical conditions, and if this is the right thing for them, then we need to be considering that. But there's a couple of things that give me pause as I consider this debate, and after my reading and after my conclusions, I have come to the conclusion that I think the term medical marijuana is probably a misnomer. It is probably confusing at times because within the discussion we find evidence of definitely efficacy in treatment, and we find FDA approval for a piece of that, and then we find other things that are outside of that, and I just want to talk about that for a second. And I want to draw attention to a document that is from the American Epilepsy Society, and it was a statement that was published on December 20th of 2018, and it's their position, the American Epilepsy Society position on cannabis as a possible treatment for epileptic seizures, knowing that this is one of those indications that is being discussed as a possible use of cannabis with epileptic seizures. But I want to read just a portion of it and into the record so that we have that here. The term, quote, medical marijuana is a legal definition that refers to the use of cannabis on the recommendation of a healthcare provider in certain U.S. states. Currently, United States pharmacopoeia standards do not exist to give either providers or patients information about the identity, purity, or quality of any cannabis product. And this U.S. pharmacopoeia is an organization that creates the standard. They publish the book on medications, their use, their effects, all the side effects, all the issues surrounding that. And currently, standards do not exist to give providers or patients information on the cannabis product. Given that over 80 active compounds derived from the cannabis plant, called phytocannabinoids, have been isolated, 80 active compounds, many with various pharmacologic actions, including psychoactive ones producing a high, it is important that an evidence-based approach be taken to the discovery, development, and clinical applications of these compounds. Over the last several years, there's been great interest in the medical and scientific communities to explore the potential of cannabidiol, cannabidiol, CBD, a non-psychoactive phytocannabinoid, to treat difficult-to-control epilepsy. CBD, we'll use that term. Until recently, only anecdotal reports existed to support CBD's use in treating epilepsy. Recently, important research data have emerged in the form of scientifically rigorous, double-blind, randomized clinical trials on the use of pharmaceutical formulation of purified, highly concentrated CBD for refractory epilepsy. These trials demonstrated that purified CBD is moderately more effective than placebo in the treatment of seizures in both Lennox-Gastaut syndrome and Dravet syndrome. However, these trials show that CBD has more side effects than placebo, revealed previously unrecognized drug-drug interactions. The results of these scientifically rigorous randomized clinical trials led to the FDA approval of a pharmaceutical formulation of purified CBD, Epidiolex, to treat persons with epilepsy. This drug is a Schedule V product available by prescription only and provided by specialty pharmacies. And here is where I think we begin to get a little bit confused. There is an FDA-approved pharmacy compound, and it is CBD, used for something very specific. But as it says here, the cannabis plant itself has over 80 active compounds. So they have extracted and purified one compound out of that cannabis, and they use that for one specific incidence. I think we need to be very careful. There will be more that we'll be bringing out on some of the medical issues surrounding the use of cannabis, but it is not all medical marijuana that we're talking about here. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Senator Arch. Senator Marfeld.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise in support of LB 110 and the underlying amendments as proposed. As a member of the Judiciary Committee, I've watched the last 5 years as people have come in, veterans, mothers, fathers, people suffering from chronic pain who could find no other source from relief other than going to a state that allowed for medical marijuana after years of ineffective treatment by addictive drugs that actually do kill people. When I asked our county sheriff how many people in his over 20-year history in the county sheriff's office, how many people did he see die from a marijuana overdose? 0. Cocaine and methamphetamine is a Schedule II drug. Marijuana is a Schedule I drug. That should point to the absurdity of our system and our federal system in particular. In addition, I think it's important to point out that much of the data that has already been talked about on the floor is data that is either taken out of context or completely made up and false. We are making criminals, colleagues, out of people who are simply trying to seek treatment. And Senator Wishart's bill is eminently reasonable. It is one of the most narrow bills in terms of construction and allowing for this type of system. And it's going to be the best opportunity that you get to enact a true medical marijuana system before we put it into the Constitution. If that's the option you want, then that's fine. Then you're in my world, and it's much less reasonable. I need to talk a little bit about and respond to some of the comments that Senator Hilgers made, particularly dealing with the Supremacy Clause. First, it's important to note that the United States is a government that is one of dual sovereignty, and states act as laboratories of democracy. Medical marijuana laws do not require state workers to grow or dispense marijuana in violation of federal law. They just regulate private individuals like you and I who choose to do so. Requiring someone to break federal law is quite different than from allowing and regulating conduct under the law. And when discussing preemption, it's important not to forget about the 10th Amendment that many of us bring up all the time when talking about other rights that we choose to exercise and would like to agree with more. The federal government is free to enforce its own marijuana laws, but requiring state agents to enforce federal laws would be unconstitutional commandeering of state resources. The federal government, and I want you to repeat this, the federal government has never alleged in court that federal laws preempt state medical marijuana or legalization and regulation laws. In fact, the Department of Justice argued in favor of dismissing a lawsuit claiming that Arizona's medical marijuana law was preempted. That suit was dismissed. Since late 2014, congressional appropriations bills have prohibited the Department of Justice, including the DEA, from using funds to interfere with the implementation of laws that allow for the cultivation, distribution, and use of medical marijuana for medical purposes. A federal court of appeals ruling found that the provision was applicable not only to state government programs, but to individuals and groups that are acting in compliance with state laws. States are not required to enforce federal laws against marijuana possession or cultivation. The Controlled Substance Act, otherwise known as the CSA, which Senator Hilgers brought up, allows states to enact their own laws related to controlled substances, and states are free to determine their own penalties or lack thereof for drug offenses. Colleagues, we can bring up preemption and talk about it, but let's talk about it in the context that is legal and proper, not in the context that is just favorable and sounds good in debate. State government employees have never faced punishments for carrying out state medical marijuana laws. Colleagues, this is our last opportunity to pass a reasonable and narrowly tailored medical marijuana regime. When I was running the Medicaid expansion ballot initiative, we never got above 60% in polling, and we did 3 polls. Never got above 60%, and we still won it with 53% of the vote. I have never seen polling. It is off the charts in support of medical marijuana in the state, and we've done 3 polls, and we've seen it. This will be passed in the Constitution, and unlike Medicaid expansion, the governor and the attorney general will not be able to interfere with it. It will be a constitutional right. This is your last opportunity to pass a very well thought out, very reasonable medical marijuana law that I would like to see broader, but I'm willing to work with Senator Wishart and willing to work with others to get it done. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Morfeld. Senator Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. First, Senator Anna Wishart, you are a shining star. That was a wonderful opening on a bill that I know you've worked a long time on. It was reasonable. It was just wonderful to listen to in this body. I rise in support of LB 110. I'd like to discuss a few points today, and I'll begin by addressing some of the concerns that some members of this body have with the lack of FDA approval of medicinal cannabis. All of a sudden, my friends, we're worried about what the FDA says. While many uses of medicinal cannabis have not yet received FDA approval, the FDA has indeed approved 2 man-made cannabinoid medicines to treat nausea and vomiting from chemotherapy, and as recently as 2018, a cannabidiol drug for the treatment of seizures associated with 2 rare and severe forms of epilepsy. The reason it has not yet received approval for other uses is not because of legitimate concerns about safety, it's solely for political reasons. In 1988, the DEA Chief Administrative Law Judge Francis Young ruled that, quote, cannabis in its natural form is one of the safest therapeutically active substances known to man. By any measure of rational analysis, cannabis can be safely used within a supervised routine of medical care. It would be unreasonable, arbitrary, and capricious for DEA to continue to stand between those sufferers and the benefits of this substance in light of the evidence in the record. He, however, was overruled by a political appointee, DEA Administrator John Lawn. So for political reasons, not for medical or scientific reasons, the federal government and various agencies have been extremely hostile in allowing progress on medical research on cannabis. FDA approval requires research studies that adhere to stringent standards, and the goalpost for cannabis has been moved constantly. That unreasonable restriction, it's created a catch-22 that prevents cannabis from becoming an FDA-approved medicine. For this reason, 32 states have taken matters into their own hands and moved forward to change their own laws. Despite insurmountable roadblocks as they seem, we know that medicinal cannabis has tremendous health benefits for many people. Thousands of scientific studies published in well-respected medical journals have shown us that it can slow down and stop the spread of cancer cells, slow down the progression of Alzheimer's, treat glaucoma, relieve arthritis, the list goes on. And there are legitimate medical studies out there that demonstrate the positive medicinal properties and safety of moderated, prescribed cannabis use. Meanwhile, we're passing legislation to require physicians to provide information on an abortion reversal drug that has not been approved by the FDA, a drug that doesn't even have evidence to back up its efficacy. If we're going to do that, and we know we're going to do that, we might as well have a little consistency in our application of the law. To be clear, I don't think we can draw direct equivalence between this and the abortion reversal drug, because progesterone is legal and testing can already be conducted on it for potential medicinal purposes, although nobody seems to be interested in testing it for abortion reversal before passing a law about it. Cannabis, on the other hand, can't even be tested. So I think that testing needs to be allowed to take place. Let's give physicians and pharmaceutical developers the opportunity to explore this substance as a treatment. Let's give them the chance to develop perfectly safe, life-saving medications. And this would be an economic benefit to Nebraska that I haven't heard articulated yet in an argument. The ability to research these effects, and of course we have UNMC in my district, and we have the university here in Nebraska which can do that. If you voted to keep the death penalty, colleagues, you cannot tell me that you don't want to legalize medicinal cannabis because it isn't an FDA-approved drug. Because you can't tell me that it's okay to use non-FDA-approved drugs to kill people, 1 in 10 of whom are innocent, but we can't use a non-FDA-approved drug to save lives. We have to exercise some level of moral consistency here. Finally, my mood on medicinal cannabis is really 2 parts. If cannabis relieves symptoms for people who are suffering, let them take it. I don't know why we don't need to do that. It's already happening in 32 other states, and we know it works, and we know we need this in Nebraska. My other mood is that this doesn't go far enough, and I wish that we could elect people in this state with the political will to take the legalization of recreational cannabis seriously. I wish there was a bigger pool of people willing to run to reflect the actual will of Nebraskans, the majority of whom support this legalization. There is something immoral to me about legalizing medicinal cannabis while people are still going to jail for possession. When we allow medicinal cannabis but not recreational, the people who benefit economically are pharmaceutical companies and the mostly white, male, wealthy people who have capitalized on legalization efforts throughout the country. With that said, that needed to be said, but with that said, I support giving relief to those who need the help of medicinal cannabis, and I very much support the opportunities this brings to Nebraska for the research on these drugs.
Thanks, Senator Hunt. Senator DeBoer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I have to tell you that I had significant concerns with the introduced version of this bill. But we heard the testimony in judiciary, and it was compelling. You know, mothers, you've heard this, mothers with children, folks who are in pain at the end of their life, people with very significant medical concerns. And then I also took the time to look at the cannabis bills around the country, and it's something kind of interesting. In the most conservative states, what we might consider the most conservative states in the country, the laws around cannabis, when they have been passed, are quite broad. And in the most, what we might consider liberal states in the country, where we expect maybe they would be broad, they are in fact quite limited. And then you figure out the reason why. The bills which are limited are passed by legislatures, and the bills which are broad tend to be passed by the people. So we have an opportunity here to look at a bill which is, I think, a rather amazing piece of legislation. It is well crafted, it is well thought out, and so I want to say thank you to Senator Wishart, who did an amazing job, showed amazing prowess at working with all of the stakeholders, with thinking about all the different kinds of possibilities of things that might come up, and then also recognizing that she couldn't do it alone, involving lots of other people. And so I want to thank her and her staff. And I also want to thank the other members of the Judiciary Committee and especially legal counsel who helped out. So thank you to them. So I came into this bill through my work on the Judiciary Committee. And because I had concerns with the initial introduced copy, got an amendment that was much improved. And then I thought I would address some of these other issues as well. So if you hear people tripping over whether to call it medicinal or medical, that little change, I was the one who thought maybe we should do that, because I thought, well, maybe we should make sure to distinguish the kind of process that this went through, and look at the homeopathic sort of efforts of this particular plant. So first I want to say to everyone, read the amendment. Read the amendment. There's a lot of things going around out there, lots of emails we're getting, and they don't really have anything to do with the amendment that we actually have before us, what we're actually going to vote on. So I know you didn't get it until recently. I recognize that. And also I know it's long. Here's my copy. There's about 4 different colors of ink because I've been through it so many times. Read the amendment. This is an amazingly thought out bill. Thank you to Senator Wishart. So there are specific concerns that I've heard, specific concerns I had. That's why we're calling it medicinal, because I think we ought to recognize that this is a kind of a homeopathic remedy, a remedy that has not yet undergone the full FDA approval process, true, but neither has turmeric, which is very good for inflammation, garlic, which is very good, it's an antimicrobial, ginger, when you're sick to your stomach. Look at the bill. Under this amendment, you can't smoke it, you can't grow it, you can't use it in a car, you have to have a real relationship with a doctor, limited to very serious medical conditions, you have to have warnings. There is an open container law similar to alcohol, so that you can't have an open container. And I think Senator Wishart would be willing to work on other things. Colleagues, come to the table. Read the amendment, come to the table. This is not a recreational bill. This is a narrowly tailored bill, and I think Senator Wishart would be willing to tailor it even more if we need to. Come to the table and be part of this conversation so that we can craft an appropriate version for Nebraska. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator DeVore. Senator Clements.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was looking at who was testifying on this bill and opposing it. I see that Governor Ricketts opposed it, former Governor Kay Orr, former Husker football coach Tom Osborne, Department of Health and Human Service Behavioral Health Director Sherry Dawson, Health and Human Services psychiatrist Dr. James Sorrell, Nebraska State Patrol Superintendent Colonel John Bolduc. All those testified or made statements in opposition of this bill. And as I was looking through the bill, I also noticed that it says the state treasurer shall credit to the Medical Cannabis Regulation Fund all of the fees and proceeds of the sales taxes imposed on this cannabis product, which means no revenue will go to the state's general fund. No property tax relief will be received by this. As I was campaigning, the people who said, especially farmers, said, go ahead and legalize marijuana and tax the heck out of it so we can lower our property taxes. Well, this is not going to benefit the taxpayers at all. It's going to a regulation fund. With that, I yield the rest of my time to Senator Geist.
Thanks, Senator Clements. Senator Geist, 3 minutes, 25 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I spoke on this a couple of years ago, and I'll say the same thing now as I said then. And I would just simply ask the question, is there any other drug, and this is a drug, that a legislature has been asked to approve? And the answer is simply no.
This is the job of a scientist and not a citizen legislator. We do not know so much about this drug. Some of the things that are coming out that we do know, I would say, however, in some cases may be therapeutic. In others, may be quite frightening. The risk, does that outweigh the reward? The risk can be very great. We do not know how this affects a woman who is pregnant. We also do not know conclusively how this affects a young mind that is smoking heavily, regularly. However, studies are coming out, and at least as much anecdotal information is coming out that shows young minds are very potentially negatively affected by the prolonged heavy use of marijuana. I notice in this bill that there is, and this is the newest amendment, that there is no limit on the level of THC. That's very important information to know. It's probably going to be posted in the dispensary, but the level of THC that a person receives is vital to know. And how frequently can someone who gets a prescription go into the dispensary and receive a 2.5-ounce bag of marijuana? That's not stated. It's stated for those who get a discount, but it's not stated for those who pay full price. I would also say, and I will speak on this hopefully more, about the many, dating back many years, the evidence that links the possible relationship of schizophrenia and psychosis, even if that is possible, and it certainly looks probable, and I have 5 studies right here in front of me using tens of thousands of patients over many countries that show the same relationship over and over and over.
Time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Geist. Senator Matt Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening, colleagues. I rise in support of LB 110 and would like to thank Senator Wishart and her staff for all of the many years of hard work they've put into this issue. But I would actually like to yield my time to Senator Chambers.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Senator Chambers, 4 minutes, 45.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hansen. The ones who've spoken in front of this bill, in favor of this bill, are speaking factually. There are some people, and I'm looking at some of them now, and I can look anywhere else in this chamber, and I will see people who, when we were talking about that phony so-called abortion reversal, senators knew enough about the medication and the way it operated to speak like authorities. The real doctors, the real obstetricians, all of them pointed out that it's nonsense, it's non-science, but the senators knew more. Now we come to medical cannabis, where the doctors and those who do understand, those who have used it, state the factual circumstances, and now the senator's saying, such as Senator Geist, what do we senators know? Well, she doesn't know anything about that so-called abortion reversal, but she voted for that because these people are being moved by religion, and religion is based, to a great extent, on ignorance. I have sat through several hearings. People give lip service to doing things for veterans. There were veterans who testified. They had injuries, but it wasn't just the physical pain, but that post-traumatic stress syndrome that they were experiencing that medical cannabis helped alleviate. And by the way, for Senator Geist's information, they were not smoking it. I saw parents bring their children. The parents were not actors. Their children were not little actors. And some of them were in wheelchairs. They had helmets on because nobody could tell exactly when this child might have a seizure, which means nothing to you all. But these children had multiple seizures, sometimes more than a dozen in a relatively short period of time, and the only thing that helped was this medical cannabis. And some parents would take their children to states where it was legally obtainable. Others would run the risk of being caught with it in Nebraska because they didn't want to take their child. They would procure it and bring it to their child. I had pointed out that I'm a father, and if my child were having these seizures, I'd have to risk going to jail for however long if there was some medication that would help my child. You all are so hypocritical who pretend that you know so much when, if you even watch television, the drugs that are allowed to be sold to you by Big Pharma are compelled to tell you the side effects. They talk about your throat swelling up so you can't talk. You might bleed. Some of them are even fatal, and they tell you all these horrible things, every one of them that can happen to you, and not a whisper here. The FDA has become highly political. As for Ricketts and his crickets, one of whom is, I hate to say it, Senator Clements, because he was appointed by Governor Ricketts, he and his attorney general, in violation of an FDA rule which had the force of law, were trying to import sodium thiopental to be used in executions, and they were told that this drug has no legitimate use in the United States and it cannot be imported, and the governor and the attorney general spent $54,000 with a drug dealer in India. They paid the money and never got the drugs that were prohibited by the FDA. Senator Clements doesn't talk about when his governor was violating the law, and the U.S. attorney had to tell him directly that if you manage to get in here, you have violated the federal law. Then they stopped trying to get this illegal drug from an illegal drug dealer in India. So when I hear all these hypocritical statements made by people like Senator Clements, who doesn't know what he's talking about, doesn't know that his governor was in violation of FDA law, and his attorney general trying to illegally import drugs that were prohibited by federal law.
Time, Senator.
It's all I can do not to retch. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Chambers. Senator Slama.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening, colleagues. I rise wholeheartedly in opposition to LB 110, AM 1680, and AM 1865. And I'd just like to draw a bright line in the sand that right now the difference between this bill, LB 110, and a bill we discussed earlier in session, LB 209, is that progesterone is not a Schedule I narcotic. Marijuana is. And before we get on this mic to argue that that's a political decision, it's just the feds dragging their feet, I'd like to note that we've just gotten through 8 years of having President Obama at the helm. He had every opportunity to delist marijuana. He chose not to. So folks, this is not a political decision, it is a medical one. And I wholeheartedly agree with Senator Hunt. Before we as a body legalize anything that's going to be prescribed as medicine, we do need to test it and research it. And I find it very concerning that we're putting the cart before the horse here on a Schedule I narcotic and treating it as medicine. And just very quickly, I would like to reference the NAS compilation of about 10,000 reports into the potential benefits and issues with medicinal cannabis, because they did have some interesting findings. The report's key findings fell into a few different categories. So 1, injury and death. Evidence suggests that driving while high increases the risk of a car accident. Fair enough. In states where marijuana has been legalized, evidence suggests that children are more at risk of ingesting marijuana. Cannabis use could also harm adolescents' educational and social development. Mental health. Cannabis use is likely to increase the risk of developing schizophrenia, social anxiety disorders, and to a lesser extent, depression. Heavy marijuana users are more likely to report suicidal thoughts than non-users, and people with bipolar disorder who use marijuana almost daily show more symptoms than non-users. Cancer. Evidence does not support a link between smoking marijuana and cancers typically associated with tobacco, such as head, neck, and lung cancer. Evidence suggests that smoking marijuana on a regular basis is associated with chronic bronchitis and phlegm production. Addiction. Evidence suggests that people who use more cannabis are more likely to be addicted, and that the younger people start, the more likely they are to develop problematic use. So these are the findings in the compilation that the NAS did that Senator Wishart referenced in her opening. Their findings weren't all good. In fact, they only found conclusive positive links between medicinal cannabis and 3 different ailments. Oh yes, to reduce nausea and vomiting from chemotherapy, already been decided, to treat chronic pain, and to reduce spasms from multiple sclerosis. Folks, we just don't have conclusive evidence that makes me comfortable as a state legislature superseding the federal government and legalizing a Schedule I narcotic as medicine. I repeat that, a Schedule I narcotic as medicine. And with that, I'd like to yield the rest of my time to, is Senator Arch on the floor? Yes. You voted against my bill. Yes, I'd like to yield the remainder of my time to Senator Arch.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator Arch, 1 minute 15.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Slama. You know, this is my first year here, but I appreciate the collegiality of this body, because as I was speaking about the American Epilepsy Society, Senator Wishart notified me that there's also been an update of that particular document. So I want to go to that document and continue the discussion of where they are and read something else. And this is now the February 19th document from the American Epilepsy. Persons with epilepsy must use caution because there is a vast array of other cannabis products, and availability is dependent on individual state laws. Of importance, this new prescription product, Epidiolex, cannot be obtained from a cannabis dispensary. So the purified form of CBD is dispensed from the pharmacy, but not from a cannabis dispensary. When patients purchase cannabis-based products from a dispensary, it's extremely important to understand that the product they select may not contain just CBD, but also other phytocannabinoids such as THC, pesticides, and other dangerous impurities of which the concentrations are unknown. In some states, CBD is... Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Arch. Senator Albright.
Thank you, President Foley. I rise in opposition to 110 and the amendments that follow. Like everyone else, they reach out to the different people that they need to clarify a bill. And I happened to visit with a physician who responded back, and I'd like to read what he has to say. And Senator Chambers and Senator Hunt, you can listen up. Medical marijuana is not medical. You can call it medicinal, you can call it whatever you choose, but Nebraska physicians focus on alleviating human suffering while searching for better treatments to improve the quality of life of our patients. We base our use of medications on peer review and evidence-based science with approval by the Food and Drug Administration. Our patients expect us to provide pertinent information, therapeutic options, and potential risks to have informed consent regarding medications we prescribe. We physicians are aware of the growing interest in the use of marijuana, cannabis, prior to the recent introduction of LB 110 and the Nebraska Legislature, which would legalize medical marijuana, and also the possible ballot initiative in 2020. The cannabis plant has over 150 active ingredients, and a limited number of clinical studies exist regarding its effectiveness for a long list of possible medical conditions. We understand that much of this debate centers on other issues that include ideology, industry interests, political positioning, and personal freedom. We believe that we need to inform the people of Nebraska about the medical aspects and the consequences of the use of cannabis for medical treatment without rigorous scientific study and FDA approval. Reviewing the current medical science that appears to be a very small group of patients for whom cannabis may provide some relief and clinical benefit, excuse me, there are passionate advocates offering compelling and anecdotal reasons for the use of cannabis. A sample of these include patients with rare forms of seizures, cancers, and those who are terminally ill. Importantly, a much larger group of potential patients could very likely be harmed by the use of cannabis. The National Academy of Medicine released an in-depth report in January of 2017 on the medical evidence surrounding the use of cannabis for various conditions, as well as the risks and harms associated with its use from a medical standpoint. The report indicated cannabis increases the risk of mood disorders, bipolar disorders, depression, anxiety, and developmental schizophrenia. Documented evidence reveals an increase in substance abuse disorders, including opioid addiction, alcohol abuse, and other illicit drug use. Moderate evidence exists, and persistent use of cannabis worsens the symptoms and increases the severity of post-traumatic stress disorder. Limited evidence supports an increase in the appetite and a decrease in weight loss associated with HIV and AIDS. Evidence demonstrates effectiveness in a narrow spectrum of pediatric and adult seizure disorders, as well as Tourette syndrome and muscle spasms and MS, and specific types of chronic pain. The National Academy of Medicine also identified studies demonstrating an increase in motor vehicle accidents, overdose injuries, and impaired social functioning. Cannabis impairs cognitive, learning, and memory, attention, and psychomotor function. The current classification of cannabis by the Food and Drug Administration as a Schedule I severely restricts traditional drug testing. Our state senators, as well as our federal congressional delegation, should be focusing on leaving the DEA reclassify cannabis as a Schedule II to allow for traditional scientific and clinical testing. Until such wide-scale testing occurs, it remains dangerous for the legislative body or the public to ask physicians and other prescribers to be the gatekeepers for marijuana, cannabis in our state. If there are therapeutic uses for cannabis, those should be identified by the Food and Drug Administration approval process like any other medication, and this would allow scientific doses, side effects, and other potential drug interactions to be determined. Like any other medication, it would come from a pharmacy and not a dispensary. At the time, medical marijuana would become medical. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Albright. Senator Williams.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening, colleagues. And I rise in opposition to LB 110. That has been the position I have been in all 5 years in the legislature. And no matter how late we stay tonight, this day and night will not rival my first experience with this issue in the body when I did, during my first 2 years, serve on Judiciary Committee. And in my first year when we had Marijuana Day, we had 5 bills that were geared towards some aspect of marijuana, either the criminalization or decriminalization, and of course the final one that evening was the medical marijuana, which is what we called it that first year. That term evolved into medical cannabis and now has evolved into medicinal cannabis. But the underlying bill, the underlying issue that we're looking at, hasn't changed irregardless of what label you put on it. We have high expectations in Nebraska. We expect high standards. We're proud of our university. We're proud of our legislature. We're proud of our number one industry, agriculture. And I want to do something here that we are proud of also, and it is our job here to create public policy. And when we create public policy, we are doing it for 1.9 million people across the state. And it's tough at times, especially in those early days that some of you have not had to experience, when we had moms and dads, grandparents, bringing some of their children to visit you in your office that our current medical processes and procedures have failed. And I have great empathy for them. But when I think about creating public policy and where we go and the direction we take our state in legalizing a Schedule I drug, I can't go there. Legalizing medical, medicinal, marijuana, cannabis, you pick your label, is the first step taking us down a path that I'm not willing to go. Much of the discussion on this issue becomes trying to separate out emotion and facts. And I've said it before, don't let your beliefs become facts. And that's what it's really easy to do with this. We get thrown words, have courage, be brave, do this. That's just not the way we do it. We have to be smart, look for a proven process, be consistent with what we do. I applaud the work that Senator Wishart and others have done on this issue. I have counseled with them on numerous occasions over this past year and 2 years. But I have also reached out, as they have, to their experts. And when I talk to law enforcement, when I talk to judges that I know and talk to them about what they see, thank you, Mr. President, and I talk to prosecutors and the medical community and the pharmaceutical community, it is a universal no. We all think about our constituents. My constituents, as opposed to some others, are dead set against this. That's just where they are. With that, I had promised Senator Wishart I would yield her a short amount of time. It may be too short, but Senator Wishart, I would yield you the balance of my time.
Thanks, Senator Williams. Senator Wishart, 20 seconds. She waives the opportunity. Senator Lowe.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. People of the Second House, all of you out there in NET land and listening to us, we have been urged, I don't want to say we have been threatened, but we have been urged strongly that if we do not vote for this bill, they will bring the referendum and we will have marijuana. Don't believe it. Be strong, Nebraska. Be very strong. I was just in Colorado this last weekend for a funeral of a close cousin of mine. While there and talking to some of the people there, they said, and when they found out I was a state senator from Nebraska, they said, don't do what we have done. It's not good for Colorado. I also know 6 families that have moved to Nebraska from Colorado because of what is happening now in Colorado. And now they have mushrooms coming to Denver. Don't tell me this is a slippery slope. This is not a slippery slope. This is a slippery slope. And no matter if we start out with a conservative medical marijuana bill, or if we start out with hemp, or if we just go directly to everything and include the mushrooms, and marijuana and everything else, we are on our way down a bad direction. September 28th in 2018, in the Denver Post, Bob Troyer posted an editorial. It's titled, "It's High Time We Took a Breath from Marijuana Commercialization. Where has our breathless spirit into full-scale marijuana commercialization led Colorado?" Well, recent reports from the Rocky Mountain High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area, from Denver Health, from Energy Associates, from the Colorado Department of Revenue, and from the City of Denver should be enough to give everyone in this race pause. Now, Colorado's youth use marijuana at a rate 85% higher than the national average. Now, marijuana-related traffic fatalities are up 151%. Now, 70% of the 4,400 licensed pot shops surveyed recommended that pregnant women who use marijuana to treat morning sickness. Now, indoor marijuana growth consumes 17 times more power per square foot than an average residence. Now, each of the approximately 1 million adult marijuana plants grown by licensed growers in Colorado consumes over 2.2 liters of water per day. Now, Colorado has issued over 400 little publicized recalls of retail marijuana laced with pesticides and mold. And now Colorado has a booming black market exploiting our permissive regulatory systems, including the Mexican cartel, growers for that black market who use nerve agent pesticides that are contaminating Colorado's soil, waters, and wildlife. Marijuana commercialization has led Colorado into these places. It has also led Colorado's prominence into other states considering commercialization. As the U.S. attorney leading over other U.S. attorneys on marijuana issues, thank you, I have traveled the country and heard what people are saying about Colorado. Do they tout Colorado's tax revenue from commercialized marijuana? No, because there has been no net gain. Marijuana tax revenue adds less than 1% to Colorado's coffers, which is more than washed out by the public health, public safety, and regulatory costs of commercialization. Do they highlight the commercialization's elimination of the marijuana black market? No, because Colorado's black market has actually exploded after commercialization. We have become a source state in a theater of operation for sophisticated international drug trafficking and money laundering organizations from Cuba, China, New Mexico, and elsewhere. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Lowe. Senator Geist.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. The conventional wisdom has been that cannabis doesn't increase violence because people tend to be mellow when they're stoned, when in fact, there's quite a number of studies that have shown that there's a close relationship between violence and those who smoke marijuana, not well known. A 2013 paper in the Journal of Interpersonal Violence used data from federal survey of more than 12,400 American high school students to examine the link between alcohol, marijuana, and aggression. The researchers' initial hypothesis, which they published as part of the paper, was that alcohol increased violence while marijuana reduced it. Instead, they found that students who had recently used marijuana but not alcohol were more than 3 times as likely to be physically aggressive as those who abstained from both, even after adjusting for race and sex. Those who used alcohol, not marijuana, were 2.7 times as likely, and those who used both were 6 times as likely. There's also a 2016 paper published in the Psychological Medicine magazine that studied 400 boys at age 18, 32, 48. There's another paper in 2013 in the American Journal of Psychiatry. There's another paper, 2008, that study in the European Journal of Public Health, another one in 2017, Social Psychiatry and Psychiatric Epidemiology, that surveyed 6,000 young men, all of them finding an increased violence among those who regularly use marijuana. My fear, in talking about the risk-reward of this drug and legalizing this drug in our state, is that what we've been discussing on our floor lately about mental illness, our correction system, our lack of facilities for those who are mentally ill or violent, are we going to create a problem that is even bigger than what we're dealing with today? Simple question. And with that, I will yield the rest of my time to Senator Arch.
Thanks, Senator Geis. Senator Arch, 2 minutes 20.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for yielding me your time. I want to finish my comments on the American Epilepsy Society. I want to quote from a different document from them, which is published May 5, 2018, Epilepsy, Medical Marijuana, and CBD Myths and Facts. And I want to quote one of the myths that they identify here, and I'm just going to read from their document here. Myth: all medical marijuana is the same. Fact: all medical marijuana is not the same, and it's difficult to know what you're getting. While pharmaceutical-grade CBD, we've talked about that, is a purified, highly concentrated formulation manufactured under strict safety and effectiveness standards, there are many strains of medical marijuana with varying levels of various compounds. Parents of children with epilepsy who aren't in clinical trials for pharmaceutical-grade CBD should caution against asking a doctor to prescribe medical marijuana, since it may contain pesticides and other dangerous impurities with unknown concentrations. Parentheses, recreational marijuana, approved in 9 states and the District of Columbia, may be even more likely than medical marijuana to have impurities. End of parentheses. Also, samples of medical marijuana from dispensaries have shown that labels on products claiming to have a certain level of the compound CBD or THC, the psychoactive component that produces a high, often are incorrect. The last thing I want to comment is from the document from the American Epilepsy Society of February 19th, and I think that we could all agree to this. The AES calls on government, private funders, and manufacturers to support and develop well-designed, controlled, scientifically rigorous research for any cannabis-based products that have potential positive effects in the treatment of resistant epilepsy. There could very well be, within cannabis, a compound that could be very effective and very useful. And AES calls for science, calls for research, that we might identify those things, but cautions against the use of medical marijuana. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Arch. Before proceeding, items to the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Enrollment and Review reports Legislative Bill 294 as correctly engrossed and placed on final reading. Senator Matt Williams would offer Legislative Resolution 141 that will be referred to the Executive Board. Amendments to be printed, Senator Erdman to LB 294. That's all I have at this time, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Continuing debate, Senator Hilgers.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening again, colleagues. I rise again in strong opposition to LB 110. I want to respond to a few of the comments from my friend, Senator Morfeld, on the preemption questions. And I think it's worth unpacking this a little bit so the body understands what the legal framework is, so we understand what it is that we're operating under. So there is it's in the Constitution, there's two sections that are important. One is the Commerce Clause of the United States, and the second one is the Supremacy Clause. And the Supremacy Clause says that where there is a conflict, or as it's been interpreted, where the federal government by the conflict between federal and state law, or where the federal government has sort of occupied a field, then that federal law preempts, is supreme to the state law. So it's a very common and long-standing part of our Constitution. The Interstate Commerce Clause is what underlies the Controlled Substances Act. Now, the Controlled Substances Act is it creates a very highly regulated closed system scheme for drugs, not just Schedule I drugs, but any other kind of drugs, whether it's opioids or anything else that's regulated by the FDA. So that closed scheme means, when it comes to Schedule I drugs, that you can't dispense, manufacture, or use those drugs. Now, it seems to me to be plainly in conflict to say, on the one hand, the federal government prohibits you from using these drugs or dispensing these drugs, but on the other, having the state say, no, 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 you can do that. Those two things are directly in conflict. Now, you don't necessarily have to take my word for it, because I know Senator Moorfeld has pushed back on this point. So I'm going to refer you to the case Gonzalez v. Rake from 2005. That was a case in which the state of California actually had a medical marijuana law that they had just passed. And they sued the federal government because they wanted to enjoin, they wanted to prohibit, restrict the federal government from enforcing the Controlled Substances Act. Why would they do that? Because if the CSA applies and it would be in conflict with the state law, their state law would not be supreme and they couldn't enforce their state law. So what happened? Well, ultimately went to the United States Supreme Court. And the United States Supreme Court said, this is clearly in conflict. It clearly is that if you allow this loophole by state law, you are putting, quote, a gap in the closed regulatory scheme of the CSA. That's part of their broader interstate commerce hold. The main thrust of the case actually was whether or not Congress had the power to regulate intrastate marijuana producers, even for medicinal purposes. But inherent in that holding was that the CSA was in conflict with the state law. Now, what happened since then? Because Senator Moorfeld is largely correct that there hasn't been a lawsuit to shut down, as far as I'm aware, any state medical, from the federal government, any state medical marijuana scheme. Now, I say largely correct because I think Gonzalez is pretty clear that you can't do that, but Gonzalez was not a lawsuit from the federal government, it was a lawsuit from the state. So what happened? Because I think that's a great point. I think we ought to explore that. Well, what happened was in 2008, we had a change in an administration, and that administration, starting in 2009 at the federal level, the Department of Justice gave guidance and said, we're not going to enforce this anymore. We're not going to enforce these marijuana laws against the states. It's just going to be part of our regulatory guidance. Now, as an aside, I would say, while there's such a thing as prosecutorial discretion, I think it is very troubling that the federal government has backed away from its obligations under the Controlled Substances Act. It is very troubling, and quite honestly, in other contexts around this country, you see state attorneys general or at the federal level, the Department of Justice, back away from things that they don't find that they want to politically support. They back away from enforcing those laws.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that's very troubling, but that's exactly what happened here. So if you ask yourself, well, if you see and ask and say, well, why is it that there were no states that were sued and shut down? The reason is, in large part, because the federal government said they're just not going to be in the business of doing that anymore. That doesn't take away the Controlled Substances Act, doesn't repeal the Controlled Substances Act, and that's why this is on a house of cards, because one, this is still in conflict with the statute, period, full stop. But even if you think that, well, it might be in conflict, but nothing's going to happen, you are rolling the dice that a future head of a Department of Justice, the Attorney General of the United States, won't change that guidance. In fact, you already started to see Attorney General Sessions at the time in 2018 start to change that guidance. So I think this very clearly is in conflict with the closed regulatory system of the Controlled Substances Act. I think that's supported by Gonzalez, and I don't think we ought to be going down the road of passing laws to permit a Schedule I drug that is in conflict with the CSA. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Hilgers. Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Moorfeld would move to recommit LB 110 to committee.
Senator Moorfeld, you recognized to open on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues and those watching, I obviously have no intention to recommit this to committee, and I'll withdraw the motion after I'm done talking. But given as though there's so many people in the queue, and I won't have the opportunity to speak before we end debate on this, I conveniently put it right after Senator Hilgers' comments that brought Gonzalez out of context in what we're talking about here. So let's talk a little bit about that, and let's talk about some case law that's actually on point here. First, Rach was a patient, and she was claiming that the federal government could not prosecute her. This had nothing to do with whether or not the state could regulate or allow dispensation. So sure, we can talk about the Supremacy Clause, but let's talk about it in the context that we're talking about. If you're going to use the argument that the Supremacy Clause does not allow us to pass this law, you are incorrect. You're incorrect, and it has been proven that way in 32 other states that the federal government has not interfered with medical marijuana. That is what we're talking about here. Yes, the supremacy clause exists. Thank you, Senator Hilgers. But it does not interfere the way that the federal government has been acting and enacting laws and intent language and rules and regulations at the Department of Justice and DEA. It has not interfered with states that are allowing medical marijuana. In 2017, one decision that is instructive, the NCAA versus Murphy, the U.S. Supreme Court affirmed what has long been known. The federal government cannot commandeer a state's resources and force it to criminalize something. That is actually on point to a certain extent here. Colleagues, you're going to hear about the Supremacy Clause, but the bottom line is, yes, the Supremacy Clause exists. I'll readily admit that. But the Supremacy Clause has not been used by the federal government in order to stop legalization of medical marijuana. Quite to the contrary, the federal government, Congress, controlled by Republicans at the time, since 2014, has actually made it so that the DEA, the Department of Justice, will not interfere with states that legalize marijuana, medical or otherwise. And if you want to get up on the floor and talk about the FDA and how this hasn't gone through the FDA process, that's another bogus argument. Why? Because in the FDA process, we have not even been able to allow for proper research because of the politics within the FDA and the fact that it's a Schedule I drug. A Schedule I drug which is completely, absolutely bogus as compared to other much more dangerous drugs that are Schedule II drugs. If we want to talk about dangerous drugs, let's have a conversation about alcohol. Let's have a conversation about opiates. Let's have a conversation about a lot of other drugs like methamphetamine, which is also Schedule II, that is much more dangerous. We haven't had the research. Why? Because some of the same people that are advocating against this bill have been advocating against actually being able to have that research, and then turning around and coming to the floor of the legislature like this saying, oh, wow, well, we haven't had the research. I don't know. We can't do it. Colleagues, if we're going to debate the merits on the constitutional claims, let's do it properly within the context of what we're talking about here. And not just throwing out the Supremacy Clause, throwing out the Commerce Clause, and then throwing out a case that is not on point. With that, I'd yield the remainder of my time to Senator Wishart.
Thanks, Senator Warfield. Senator Wishart, 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I want to do some rebuttals on some of the comments that have been made. First, in terms of Senator Geist's discussion, I'd like to see those studies in terms of the violence increase with cannabis consumption. Again, I want to caution everybody that when you're looking at studies, and this is something that has been a hard lesson for me over the 3 years of looking at this issue, you really got to be careful that you're not looking at studies that are conflating causation and correlation. From the research I've done, there is absolutely no rash of violence of teens on cannabis in states with medical cannabis legalization. We would have heard from it. In fact, teen use is down in states who have medical cannabis legalization. And to push back on Senator Lowe and his arguments around Colorado, that has nothing to do with what we're doing right now. That has nothing to do with what we're doing right now. We are not talking about recreational cannabis. We're talking about a very tightly controlled medical system. And going back to the violence with cannabis use, my husband was a police officer for 5 years. I can tell you, he never came home. And let me tell you, he came home many nights and told me of stories being on the night shift and dealing with alcohol, dealing with meth. That's the worst, what it does to people. He had never come home and told me, I just got in a fight with somebody because they had consumed too much cannabis. Never. I've never heard that from any of the friends that he worked with in LPD. So I'd like to see that study. The United States, we trace how much alcohol affects violence in this country. And there are no statistics that I have seen in researching this that shows causation between cannabis and violence. So I'd be happy to see that study. Second, In terms of Senator Arch, he's brought up some really good points, and I appreciate his discussion. I do want to say, though, that the Epilepsy Foundation their national foundation is overwhelmingly supportive access for their members to medical cannabis. I have the national statement here, and in fact, the Epilepsy Foundation of Nebraska has been one of the organizations that's been most in contact with me in support of this legislation as I've been working it. To address Senator Clements' discussion on property tax relief, I will gladly grant property tax relief with any additional funds we receive from this medical cannabis system. We have created it in terms of the licensing structure, so we can anticipate it will be completely self-sustaining. It will not cost any additional general funds once we get the system up and running. And in fact, we anticipate, if you look at the fiscal note, that we'll see additional dollars coming into the cash fund. Again, I will happily, as an appropriations committee member, divert those to the property tax relief fund. Additionally, when I was talking with law enforcement about this bill early on, there was some discussion about additional dollars going to support counties' mental health programs, which those dollars then would reduce the local effort in supporting what is a growing mental health crisis. I did want to correct, I believe it may have been Senator Slama discussed the NAS document and referenced just want to correct the record. The NAS references moderate evidence of a statistical association between cannabis and a small increased risk of development of depressive disorder, and it found no evidence to support or refute a statistical association between cannabis use changes the course or symptoms of depressive disorders. And again, I want to put us all back in reality here. We are not living in a world where people in Nebraska are not currently consuming cannabis. We're not living in that world. In fact, I think every single one of you in this body and every single person who is listening right now has a friend who is. What I'm concerned about is the veteran or the cancer patient who comes to my office and is self-medicating using something they bought illicitly off of the street where you don't know what the quality is of that, or they've driven to Colorado and they're coming back, they're risking potentially a criminal record, and they're using recreational cannabis and they're not consulting with the doctor.
1 minute.
Why wouldn't we want a system, a public health system, where people who are sick can come out of the dark and be able to interface with the doctor, and maybe that doctor will say, this isn't the right decision for you, or maybe that doctor will say, this is going to help you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wishart. Senator Morfeld, I wasn't clear regarding your intentions on this motion.
To withdraw it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Motion's withdrawn. Continuing discussion, Senator Bosselman.
Thank you, Mr. President. A few studies here I want to talk about, since we've been talking about those here tonight. Research on individual users consistently shows that marijuana use leads to other drug use. A paper January 2018 in the American Journal of Psychiatry showed that people who use cannabis in 2001 were almost 3 times as likely to use opioids 3 years later, even after adjusting to other potential risks. The National Academy of Medicine found in 2017 that cannabis use is likely to increase risk of developing schizophrenia and other psychosis. The higher the use, the greater the risk. Peer-reviewed research in top medical journals shows that marijuana can cause or worsen severe mental illness, especially psychosis. Teenagers who smoke marijuana regularly are about 3 times as likely to develop schizophrenia and most devastating psychotic disorder. In studies conducted in the Netherlands and Australia on identical twins, one of which used marijuana while the other didn't, the twins who used marijuana was several times more likely to develop an opioid addiction. A large 4-year study on patients with chronic pain in Australia showed cannabis use was associated with greater pain over time. National Academy of Science panel findings on common arguments of cannabis use: diminished nausea for chemotherapy, no good quality randomized trials investigating this opinion, Good for epilepsy, insufficient evidence. Tourette syndrome, limited evidence. ALS, Huntington's, and Parkinson's, insufficient evidence. Irritable bowel syndrome, insufficient evidence. Dementia and glaucoma, probably not. And depression, probably not. With that, I yield the rest of my time to Senator Hildreth.
Yes, Senator Bosman. Senator Hildreth, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Bostelman. I appreciate the back and forth with my friend, Senator Moorfeld. I did want to respond to a few of his points. The first one of which is that he said, or at least stated, that Gonzalez was, I took it out of context, or is that somehow distinguishable. I didn't quite follow the rationale or the logic there. It was pretty clear that the Supreme Court in that case found that the CSA was a lawful exercise of the interstate commerce clause powers that conflicted with the state law and the regulation of marijuana. And I'll just read the quote from the syllabus. Given the enforcement difficulties in distinguishing between marijuana cultivated locally and marijuana grown elsewhere, and concerns about diversion into illicit channels, the court had no difficulty concluding that Congress had a rational basis for believing that the failure to regulate the interstate manufacture and possession of marijuana would leave a gaping hole in the CSA. A gaping hole in the CSA. That is common sense, colleagues. If you were to strike out marijuana and say, well, let's let medicinal use of cocaine, it would be readily apparent that Schedule I drug authorized in Nebraska would be absolutely in conflict with the closed regulatory system of the CSA. Now, Senator Moorfeld repeated a point that I talked about before, which is, well, wait a second, there's 32 states. There's never been a lawsuit. There's never been any attempt to shut these down. That's the reason why is because of the DOJ guidance in 2009 that went, by the way, until 2018 when it was rescinded by Attorney General Sessions that said we're not going to enforce these laws. That guidance, which it doesn't have the force of statute, has been rescinded. So to the extent the Department of Justice wants to move forward with their enforcement of the CSA, and we pass this and we tell Nebraskans, you can use this in conflict with the CSA, we are leading them down a path towards violation of federal law. Now, the other arguments, I asked him about the commandeering case. My argument is not a commandeering argument, so I'm happy to discuss that, but it's not the thrust of what I'm of my argument that I'm bringing. The other point was something regarding Congress in 2014 doing something with the DEA and Department of Justice. I wasn't quite sure what that precisely meant or what the argument there is. I certainly would talk to Senator Moorfeld offline about, or off the mic about that particular argument as well. I think these are important issues to discuss. I appreciate Senator Moorfeld dialoguing with me about this issue. But if you think that there's no conflict between a closed system that prohibits the sale of a Schedule I drug and a system that says, no, you can sell it, if you think there's no conflict, that's a troubling position to take as a matter of common sense, logic, and as a matter, I think, of Supreme Court case law. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Hildreth. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Chambers would move to bracket the bill until June 6, 2019.
Senator Chambers, recognized to open on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is my jump to the head of the line, and I'll do it whenever I choose to do it, so whoever behind me said, oh, come on. Well, I'm coming on, I'm doing it. You ought to applaud me. I'd like to ask if Senator Geist would answer a question or two.
Senator Geist, would you yield, please?
Yes, I would.
Senator Geist, have you watched television and have seen advertisements for various pharmaceuticals?
Yes, I have.
And I'm sure that you've read, and sometimes they'll even say what some of the side effects are, and with some of those drugs, there's a potential for it to be fatal. Have you heard of any of those drugs with such a warning?
For fatality? Is
Yes.
that what you're asking?
Yes.
Or for just side effects?
Side effect.
Sure. Yes.
Okay. So there are drugs that Big Pharma sells, they're legal, which can lead to death, and it's known. And the only reason they put it there, they could not advertise their drugs on television if they don't put the side effects. That's why they do it. Are you aware that opioids have been manufactured by pharmaceutical companies? Say oxycodone. It's legally manufactured. Are you aware that it has been prescribed by physicians?
Yes, in very therapeutic doses.
Say it again.
Yes, in very
Okay.
therapeutic doses.
And are you aware that the drugs are dispensed by pharmacies?
Yes.
Thank you, and that's all. This isn't to trick you. Senator Arch was talking about these medicines, and I call it medical marijuana or medicinal cannabis. They're dispensed not by by pharmacies, but these opioids are. And they're prescribed by doctors. The big pharmaceuticals are the ones who are most opposed to medicinal cannabis because they were selling quack drugs that were supposed to counteract seizures. They knew what medical cannabis would do, and all of those drugs would be rendered nugatory. Big Pharma is now testing, and at least one of them has produced something that is supposed to rival medicinal cannabis, but it has not been shown to be as effective. There is money in everything that the FDA says. Senator Arch knows that the FDA makes political decisions. He knows that politically appointed individuals have overruled the suggestions by people who are medically trained because Big Pharma did not want those kind of rulings. I don't know who Senator Arch works for, but he sounds like he works for those groups that are opposed to challenging Big Pharma in any way. When there are families whose children have had these medicines administered to them, and the number of seizures diminished dramatically, I would take that over anything that these people, even Senator Arch, will say about there not having been tests, not having been research. This is the best kind of research you can have when in actual practice it is doing what it's supposed to do or what is alleged that it will do. When Senator Slama talks about all this stuff that and this stuff, she's talking about marijuana that you smoke. You don't smoke this. She talked about how if young people smoke it, it's going to eventually do this and that to them. We're not talking about recreational marijuana. We're talking about medicinal cannabis, and they are different. I'm glad to know from my colleagues here that cigarettes no longer cause cancer, that they no longer kill tens of thousands of people every year. Because if tobacco did that, Senator Geist would be one of the first ones to say we should ban the sale of tobacco in Omaha, Lincoln, and in fact the whole state, because our young people are smoking and running the risk of getting cancer and dying. So now we know that tobacco smoking does not cause cancer. We know that chewing tobacco does not cause cancer of the mouth. And now there is no need to regulate it in any kind of way. It's just something that people enjoy doing. We know that alcohol does not cause cirrhosis of the liver. No bad side effects. But these hypocrites know what I'm saying is stated in sarcasm. They wouldn't dare stand up to the tobacco industry. They wouldn't dare stand up to the liquor industry. We heard the argument today about a squabble between wine dispensers and hard liquor and these, whatever they were talking about, but none of it went to trying to restrict the sale of alcohol. They wanted to increase the market, sell more of it, despite the harm that it causes, not just to the individual, but the spousal abuse, and it goes both ways, male against female, female against male, male against male, female against female. But they won't do anything about liquor. In fact, churches dispense wine, alcohol, as a part of their religious service. Where is this hypocrisy going to end? Never. There's too much money in it. What those of us who support medicinal cannabis are trying to do is to make available legally in Nebraska what is legal in other states. There are places people can travel from Nebraska to obtain this medicine. There are people who can travel to those places and bring the medicine to Nebraska. Some people pretend that they love children. No, they love fetuses. They love zygotes, but they don't love children. If it can be demonstrated that a medicine will help fully developed children, they say no, no. But if there's something that might terminate a pregnancy, well, that's a fetus. You can't do that. We love fetuses. Look what that governor down in Alabama did. Signed a bill that would ban all abortions and give a doctor 99 years in prison if he or she is found to have performed one in violation of that barbaric law. Because men hate women, and they hate women because they fear women. And there are women who are so silly that they go along with what these men are doing to women. What natural function of a man is declared by the Bible to render him unclean? Only women are considered and labeled unclean when they're on their period. Unclean is what the Bible says, and men wrote it. And some of these silly women are going along with it, and it is silly because they have daughters who are going to be reared to think that they are unclean because some men who want to abuse and take advantage of them in the first place say so. There are orders of nuns whose function was to sexually serve priests from the archbishop on down, and all of that has been established on the record now. Nuns, their order was for that purpose. Sex. And these hypocritical priests are the ones saying, you can't get an abortion. But there were nuns who got abortions because some got pregnant. And they had doctors who were Catholics who performed the abortions. That's the kind of hypocrisy we're dealing with. And we'll continue to have to deal with it. I will withdraw that motion, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator. Thanks, Senator Chambers. The bracket motion is withdrawn. Senator Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Chambers, for that lead-in. The issue I guess I want to talk about tonight is, first off, I wanted to thank Senator Wishart because Senator Chambers has a nickname for her. Help me out, Senator Chambers. Wise Heart. I'd probably call her more like Big Heart because she does have a huge heart, and I think she's trying to help. And her original bill, we had a chance to talk through it. Every issue that I had, she came back and worked with me to try and modify it. And for that, I will always respect. There are some on the floor, I think, that truly try and find a way to resolve things and try and work with others to come up with a good solution. And I will commend you for that because I think you have really given this your best effort. What I'd like to do is talk a little about the VA piece of that, just so everybody's on the same sheet of music, because I think there are veterans out there that need help. And figuring out what that looks like is part of what we need to do here. But with that said, I think there's certain cautions we have to have. Trust me, I would love to figure out a way to help with pain. On the 6th day of June, I will be going in for my 39th surgery, and I'm not excited about it. But I got to do something so that you can have some quality of life. So understand that when we talk the VA issue, my concern is giving them the false impression that we're going to do something that will keep them from getting in a position that will negatively impact their lives. And some of that is that the VA is the federal government. And so right now, as long as it's a Schedule I, if you should be on VA property, you would be in violation of federal law, and with that comes certain consequences that are not going to be very positive for them. When you are taking narcotics, there is an agreement that you have to have and sign with the VA, and with that also comes the requirement for urinalysis and other things. And so making sure that they understand what they can and can't do will be a critical part of whatever we come to as far as an agreement, so that we help them and we don't hurt them. The other part of that that we need to be careful of is that they understand that certain things, and Senator Wishart and I have talked about this, we won't be able to affect for them because of federal law on, say, one of the issues we addressed was their Second Amendment privileges. If they want to have a concealed carry, they're not going to be able to do that. If they want to purchase a firearm, the ATF rules would restrict them from that. And they need to know that up front. And maybe that's okay. Maybe that's not something they need to do, but that's just part of this sequence of things that we have to work through. Now, the other thing that I try and compare this to is if you look at a willow tree, that by itself is not medicine. But if you take the white compound from it, it becomes aspirin, and it does become a useful medicine. And I would like to think that there's a way to find that with the medical marijuana too, where we take the good stuff out of it, and that you're not going to use the plant as the reason why you're not going to agree to this. And so, you know, as I look through this, I just think there's certain things that we need to understand so that we help, not hurt. And Senator Wishart, your attempt to try and help figure this out is commendable. I really respect you, and maybe there is that place that we can get to that will do what we needed to do and help with some of the concerns. Now, the issue of the ballot initiative, I guess the only thing I'll say with that is we need to remember that probably is going to become a reality depending on what happens here. But with that said, I think we also need to remember that the ballot initiative might also be the other side of it with property tax, because at the point that people feel that there is just no options out there and that is their only option, that's going to be on the ballot, and it may give us a very difficult decision. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brewer. Senator LeGrone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to dive back into the Gonzalez v. Raich decision. I know Senator Moorfeld said it was out of context because the plaintiff in that case was a patient, and he felt that was different than what we're dealing with here. But I disagree because it does not change the central holding of the Gonzalez decision. And so I'll just read exactly what the question at issue in Gonzalez was. It was whether the power vested in Congress by Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution to make all laws which shall be necessary and proper for carrying into the execution its authority to regulate commerce with foreign nations and among the several states includes the power to prohibit local cultivation and use of marijuana in compliance with state law. That is the question that was decided in Raich. And what they analyzed was that the federal commerce power, the federal government's ability to regulate commerce, was stronger than a state's general welfare power and does not change their central holding. And that is also very clear. And I'll just, again, quote from the decision. The case comes down to the claim that a locally cultivated product that is used domestically rather than sold on the open market is not subject to federal regulation. Wicker v. Filburn, which is a case I'll get into in a second, forecloses that claim, meaning decisively the federal laws do apply to state actions in this area. Now, Wicker v. Filburn is a very old case that essentially said the federal government had the authority to regulate wheat production for private use. And it did that because it impacts how much demand there is in the interstate market. And so therefore, it touches on the federal government's Commerce Clause, power, and they have the authority to regulate it. Because that authority is valid, it preempts the state laws in that same area. Would Senator Friesen yield to a question?
Senator Friesen, yield, please.
Yes, I would.
Senator Friesen, does the federal government have the authority? Oh, first of all, do you grow soybeans?
Yes, I do.
Does the federal government have the authority to regulate some aspects of soybean production?
Yes.
Are those regulations extensive?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Friesen. The federal government's ability to regulate soybeans or wheat or any crop is the same authority at issue here, and that is, as they go into in the Gonzalez v. Raich decision, its ability to regulate commerce as it relates to that product. And the decision is directly on point in that it says Congress absolutely has the authority to regulate the commerce of marijuana, and it has banned its distribution, possession, and cultivation, which circumvents state laws in those areas, which includes what LB 110 would be. And just to make clear exactly where the federal government stands on this, I'll quote from the Attorney General's memorandum that Senator Hildreth mentioned, January 4, 2018. In the Controlled Substances Act, Congress has generally prohibited the cultivation, distribution, and possession of marijuana. It has established significant penalties for the crimes. These activities may also serve as a basis for prosecution of other crimes, such as those prohibited by money laundering statutes and unlicensed money transfer statute in the Bank Secrecy Act. In states that do have these laws, it does raise a number of other issues. How does it relate to the banking system, since there are laws on point in the federal banking system where it can't be intermingled with money that is used or made in this area. And again, that falls under the federal government's commerce power.
1 minute.
Gonzalez v. Raich is directly on point because it answers the question of whether the federal government has the authority to regulate this product. The answer is absolutely yes. And because the answer is yes, states have no authority to do so because of the Supremacy Clause. So I just wanted to clear that up and point out that although there might be factual differences between the specific issue and Raich and what LB 110 deals with, the central holding still directly applies. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator LeGrone. Senator Walz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in total support of LB 110, and I also want to thank Senator Wishart, my seatmate, for doing such a great job putting this all together. And, you know, I also want to say thank you to Senator Brewer because I really appreciate the fact that he is at least listening and he is at least trying to come to some compromise and answers. So thank you, Senator Brewer, for being open and having an open mind. I know that a lot of you know that right out of high school, I went to work with NCORE, which is an agency that serves people with developmental disabilities, and I, at age 18, handed out some pretty potent medications to the people who were receiving services. Medications like Depakote, phenobarbital, diazepam, lorazepam, Dilantin, and those medications had some pretty major side effects: tiredness, loss of balance, changes in behavior, vomiting, double vision, anxiety, aggression, anger, paranoia, psychotic disorder. Regardless, it was something that I handed out, and as a care provider, I always was concerned about the side effects that medication had that was being prescribed. And speaking of side effects, you know, I think about some of the commercials I hear on TV. Viagra, for instance, there's 30 seconds of side effects given at that commercial. Symbicort, treating COPD, side effects including immediate hypersensitivity, reactions may occur. Paradoxal bronchospasm may occur. Excessive beta stimulation has been associated with central nervous system and cardiovascular effects, may result in a decrease in bone mineral density, a reduction in growth velocity, convulsive disorders, diabetes,
hyperglycemia, headaches, upper respiratory tract infection. The list of side effects goes on and on and on. I wanted to talk a little bit about a story that, or give you a story that was talked about in the testimony for LB 110. And this is testimony that comes from Krista Eggers during the hearing for LB 110. My name is Krista Eggers, and I'm here on behalf of my husband, family, other suffering Nebraskans, and most importantly, my 4-year-old son, Colton. Colton was diagnosed with severe intractable epilepsy just after he turned 2. This diagnosis was difficulty because I too have epilepsy that causes uncontrollable seizures despite every medication, treatment, and surgical option available. The pain of now watching my child go through this is almost unbearable. Colton has several types of seizures, the most serious of which are tonic-clonic or grand mal. His body stiffens and convulses, his eyes roll back, his lips and face turn blue. I would describe it as one of the most terrifying things you will ever see. And I don't know if you have ever seen somebody having a grand mal seizure, but it is terrifying. Colton has been on 10 medications, all of which has failed to do anything except cause a long list of side effects. He has 2 life-threatening allergic reactions, and sometimes I do not know what is worse, the seizures or the fact that these medications are stealing my child from me. I feel a common misconception is that these medications approved by the FDA are safe and without risk. However, in Colton's short life, we have given him medications that studies done by the FDA show cause liver failure, stroke, suicidal behavior, and most recently a drug which is shown to deteriorate brain development in rats. Those of you who are parents will understand this when I say, I will go to the ends of the earth for my child. There's nothing I will not do. However, why should I be forced to choose between saving my child's life and persecution? Detach yourselves from the stigma that marijuana is solely to get high. Please understand that this is not at all what we are talking about. In no way am I advocating for recreational legalization. I am, however, supportive of something that could change the lives of people who suffer from debilitating illness and pain. There is so much concern about its safety and effectiveness, or the possibility that there could be unknown risk in the future. This is ludicrous because without it, many people will not have a future.
Time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Wallace. Senator Ben Hansen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I just have a couple of questions for Senator Wishart, if she would yield to a question, please.
Senator Wishart, would you yield, please?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. I do actually want to kind of echo some of Senator Brewer's comments about the hard work you put into this and the heart that you put into it as well.
Thank you.
So I appreciate that. I just have a couple of questions, maybe more about the conditions that it can be used for. And again, this is kind of almost my own curiosity, maybe to kind of specify just a couple things. Now, when it says spinal cord injury or disease with residual neurological defects, I don't know if spinal cord injury is in statute or exactly what that kind of means. Maybe just being a chiropractor, spinal cord injury sometimes can mean just low back pain, or it can mean debilitating spinal cord injuries such as, paraplegia or something else. I just didn't know if you know exactly maybe more specifics about that terminology.
Yeah, so this was language, I sat down with the NMA, the Nebraska Medical Association. We went through each one of these, and with spinal cord injury or disease with residual neurological deficits, we're talking about people who maybe were in a really intense car accident, somebody who has a neurological degenerative disease that would benefit from the pain reduction from this. But I'd be happy to work with you if there's something else from your medical thoughts that would better fit within that.
Okay, I appreciate that. And maybe some more clarification on kind of more the dispensing of marijuana. I read through the whole bill, and and I'm trying to get just a little better grasp on how we get from the person growing the marijuana to the patient receiving it. Like, I know pharmacists are able to dispense this in a pharmacy, or no?
No.
Okay. And so where does the patient get it from?
Yeah, so there we allow for license, a set amount of licensed dispensaries in the state, 10 per congressional district, with the option of counties to opt out. But we do follow what Connecticut, a model from Connecticut, where we do require that the dispensaries have a licensed pharmacist contracting with them that's available whenever the dispensary is open to consult with a patient.
Okay. And who dispenses the licenses? Like who, probably not the best word, dispense, but who gives out the licenses?
So we have a medical cannabis board that oversees the department, and the medical cannabis board, we overhauled that board, so it is now a majority of medical professionals and law enforcement and substance abuse specialists.
Okay, and the person dispensing...
So they determine the license.
Okay, all right. And so the person goes to pick up their prescription from the dispensary. Who dispenses it? Do they have? I know they need some. I was looking through some of the continuing education that I think they need, because I think they're maybe listed as a pharmacist in the bill. I think maybe that's what confused me. But
yes. So we require, we require a dispensary to contract with a licensed pharmacist, and we require continuing medical education. And then it would be a staff member who would be working with a person and that pharmacist in terms of dispensing the medication.
Okay. And so the person dispensing the medication, do they need any kind of certification or
1 minute,
such as like a pharmacy tech? Do they need some kind of certification or any kind of requirement to dispense it?
At this point, no. We went with requiring a licensed pharmacist on contract because we thought rural access might be an issue. But I would, again, be happy to work with you on additional training for staff.
Okay. I think it's a little my concern, because then if we're just hiring somebody, we put an ad in the newspaper, we hire us to dispense marijuana? That's a little bit of a concern, I think, on my end with how this is done. But I appreciate you answering some of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hansen and Senator Wishart. Senator Howard.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I'm going to talk about my sister Carrie a little bit in relation to opioids. But before I get started, I just want to acknowledge that there are a lot of families who are watching who have kids who have epilepsy, who have seizures, who understand from their providers that the best thing that would help them would be medical marijuana. And I know that they are watching this, and I want to make sure that they know that there are members of this body who hear them, who understand the stories of their family, and are really working hard to make sure that your kids get the care that they need. Even if we are not successful tonight, I know that Senator Wishart will keep working on this. A couple of years ago in this body, I was sitting down to a meeting in my office, and I had a seizure. And I don't remember it. I have no memory of it. I was taken out of the Capitol on a stretcher. I woke up when I was outside of the Capitol. I was taken to Bryan, and then was sent home. And so I missed work the next day. And that night I was sitting on the couch with my husband, Doug, and I had a second one, and I don't remember it. And so I went to the hospital. I was in the hospital overnight. Don't remember much of that. And then they put me on a drug that essentially sort of slowed down the neurons from firing in my brain so that I wouldn't have another seizure. They didn't know why I had it. And so I remember coming to work that Monday, and I had a bill up. And another colleague started asking me questions, and because the medication had sort of slowed down the neurons in my brain, somebody would ask if I would yield, and then I would say yes. Like, I would wait a while because everything had slowed down for me. And I was not a fan of that medication. If I had known that medical marijuana could have helped me so that I could have been assured that my seizures would have been addressed, and then I could have been assured that I could continue working at sort of the high level that I consider myself to be working at today, that would have been something that my family and I would have considered. And so I do think about the families who are trying to fight for their kids who have seizures if this is the best course of action for their kids. So most of you know my sister Carrie passed away 10 years ago from an opioid overdose. She had been sick, she had been in a series of car accidents, she had back pain, and the minute that she met Oxycontin, she wasn't there anymore. And I'm getting better and better about telling the story and not starting to cry about it. The thing that I've learned since we lost her is that opioids essentially change your brain chemistry. It's as if if you think of your brain like a series of Legos, and opioids essentially take the Lego and say, the only thing that will fit with this Lego is an opioid. The only thing that will make you able to function in the world is an opioid. And so opioids essentially change your brain chemistry. You take an opioid and your body thinks that you need it to get up in the morning, regardless of whether or not you have pain anymore. Because you can't feel pain when you're on an opioid. Marijuana is completely different. Marijuana essentially flushes out of your system, it doesn't change your brain chemistry, and after you've had water, it will flush right out of your system. Opioids, on the other hand, have a very long-lasting impact on the way that your brain functions. And so these two are not comparable. When I talk about my sister's chronic pain, and she had chronic back pain.
1 minute.
When I talk about her chronic back pain, I often say, I wish she had been able to access medical marijuana, because I do believe that she never would have gotten addicted to it. We have no evidence that anyone has ever overdosed on medical marijuana. On the other hand, we have so many people in this country who are dying of opioid overdoses. And so I know my colleagues have been making the comparison between opioids and marijuana and gateway drugs and that sort of thing. As somebody who has experienced an opioid overdose personally, those comparisons, in my view, are absolutely inappropriate for this discussion. Opioids are highly dangerous. They are highly addictive. Marijuana is not, and not in the same way, and certainly not medical marijuana, which would be highly regulated in this state. This is a nuanced approach. I certainly support it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Mr. Howard. Senator Merman.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I too would like to thank Senator Wishart and Senator Moorfield and others for providing us the opportunity to have this conversation, this late night conversation. And I did attend a small part of the committee hearing, and that was a long one also, so I appreciate that. I know, as Senator Brewer and Senator Hansen mentioned earlier, their hearts are in the right place, and I really appreciate that. But I must stand up against this bill and also against the amendments. As Senator Geist has already said, there is no other medical drug that is approved by a citizen legislature without testing by medical professionals and approving the drug on the federal level. There are dangers pointed out by many studies that I have seen, and it's because of these dangers that I must be against this bill. A National Academy of Medicine, the nonprofit group that advises the federal government on health and medicine, released a report in 2017 that shows cannabis use is likely to increase the risk of schizophrenia and other psychosis. They also report that the higher the use is, the greater the risk is. And I've seen other studies also, and that seems to be a pattern. Schizophrenia and psychosis are very closely tied in with marijuana use. I'm also concerned that there's no limit on the level of THC in this bill. Marijuana that's sold at legal dispensaries often contains between 25 and 99% THC, the psychoactive compound in marijuana. This is a change from what we might, some of us at least, might remember in the 1970s when marijuana generally contained less than 5% THC. Without going through the usual channels of testing, approving, dispensing, and prescribing of marijuana, we are on a slippery slope to recreational marijuana. I too, like Senator Lowe, have relatives and friends in the Denver area. They tell me, don't legalize marijuana in Nebraska. They talk of increased violence and emergency room visits in the Denver area because of the legalization of marijuana. And with that, I would give the rest of my time to Senator Slama.
Thank you, Senator Merman. Senator Slama, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Merman. I'd just like to follow up a bit on Senator Hansen's line of questioning a bit earlier and raise a concern that I have with the bill as drafted. So the amendment reads, each dispensary shall contract with or employ at least one pharmacist who is licensed under the Pharmacy Practice Act and who has completed at least 15 hours of continuing education course material on the medical use of cannabis, which has been approved by the Medical Cannabis Board. The pharmacist shall be available to patients and dispensary staff in person or by telemedicine during business hours to advise and educate patients and to consult about appropriate dosing. Okay, so the pharmacist, the licensed pharmacist, does not have to be on site at these dispensaries. And the pharmacist only needs to complete about 15 hours of continuing education to be able to dispense marijuana. Mind you, it's not a prescription. It is a recommendation from the doctor. It's not a prescription. But the dispensary staff, so the people within the dispensary and on the ground, the people who will be the ones handing off the medical marijuana, only need to complete 4 hours of training. Look, on my end, CNAs need to complete 75 hours of training, and they can't dispense medicine. Why is it only 4 hours of training to be the ones dispensing the medicinal cannabis? For the rest of my time on the mic tonight, I'd like to reference a New Yorker article that I'd recommend you all look up. Is marijuana as safe as we think? Permitting pot is one thing, promoting its use is another. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator Vargas.
Thank you very much. There's been a lot that we've talked about tonight, so I'm going to try not to rehash certain things. Now, I find it, I'll say it's interesting. I think one of the pieces of feedback I'm hearing as a reason why that this is concerning, that we shouldn't go down this route, has a lot to do with whether or not it's safe. And I think that's a fair question. And it's not always the question we ask ourselves for every single piece of legislation that's healthcare related. It is a good question for us to ask. But I think a more common question we ask ourselves is this something that we as Nebraskans and we as policymakers, that we feel like it's the best way to go about either regulating or creating a policy to then push something forward? There's always going to be a debate on something being whether or not we should move forward or not, but I am encouraged. I'm always encouraged when we see that as states that we are laboratories of innovation. And if 33 states with legislators, both Democrats, Republicans, independents, nonpartisans, have found some way, and 34, have found some way to move forward to regulate this and make sure that there is some cannabis medical marijuana programs, I ask myself then, why haven't we? It's honestly just been in my head. I'm like, so why haven't we? So it must be because, not because it's not possible, not because there's medical professionals don't believe it could help alleviate chronic pain, but that we are actively choosing that it's not best for Nebraskans as representatives. And that that conversation is okay. I've heard some of that. We received some emails saying that it's not good. But for every email we're hearing that maybe it's not good, I think we're also hearing emails from individuals saying, I want the option and the choice to be able to have this because I want to find another way to deal with chronic pain and many other things we've talked about. So I kind of want to put that out there because if the conversation is, we don't have enough research to show that this is the right, safe thing to do, then 33 other states are somehow doing something that's not safe. And I don't think that's what we're seeing or what we're hearing. I don't think that's the rationale or the conclusion that we can easily come to. And instead, we should try to figure out what information did those legislators have that was inherently different, or at least in the policy, that led them to come to a different conclusion, that they were able to move something forward. Because I think that we apply that same logic to pretty much every single other piece of legislation that we encounter here. We're applying it right now. I know there's individuals that are trying to figure out what we potentially can do on property tax relief. Other states have figured out other ways to do it. We've applied that logic to a lot of big debates we've had this year. So I just want to say that because I think we're asking ourselves some of the wrong questions on whether or not this is something we can do, and we're looking at case studies. And anyway, I want to say that. The other thing I'm going to say really hasn't been said. We have an older aging population. That aging population, there is a lot of research specifically looking at the perceptions of the older population and the amount of chronic pain that we're seeing in the older population, our baby boomers. I think I have a concern that if we're not going down a route of preparing for this, that we can have a population that is seeing that medical marijuana is something that's happening in other states, and they may begin to use it, and we have the opportunity to figure out how to regulate it in an appropriate way when we have a growing aging population that has more chronic pain. And that is just a reality of the demographics that we're seeing in the state of Nebraska. I'm not talking about qualitative stories on good or bad. We do have a population that is trying to find alternatives to chronic pain. And as we heard from Senator Howard, there are alternatives, but those alternatives are much more inherently dangerous. And we've been trying to do everything we can to safeguard those on the back end. I think we should be doing the same in this instance as well, by making it, by regulating it and making sure that we are monitoring it. So colleagues, I stand here in support of it, this bill, and the work that Senator Wishart has done, because every time I see states that have figured out how to do it, I ask myself, why haven't we figured out how to do it? And then I start to look at the demographics, and I realize that there's a pathway forward for us. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Senator Vargas. Senator Halloran.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I think was it 2 years ago that I was in Judiciary, and you, Senator Wishart, had this bill in front of Judiciary, and I have to say, you didn't just copy and paste it, okay? You have done a lot of work on this bill, but I would ask you to yield for a question.
Senator Wishart, yield, please.
Yes, I will.
Thank you, Senator Wishart. So I see in the bill that the laboratories would be required to do some testing, correct?
Yes.
And I assume that's the testing to determine the THC level?
Testing to determine THC level, but also testing to determine pesticides, mold, to make sure that it's a quality product.
Okay, thank you. So the reason they want to test the THC level is because I would assume that maybe doctors might recommend different levels of THC?
Well, unfortunately, with the way that this works, they would need to be working with the dispensary and the pharmacist in terms of the level of THC. Doctors would be able to recommend cannabis. It would be with the pharmacists at the dispensary that they would be discussing the levels.
Oh, I see. So the training for these dispensary quote-unquote pharmacists is how much training is required?
So there's continued education for pharmacists, and then there is some training. I am happy to work with you and Senator Slama and Senator Hansen to increase those hours to a level where you feel comfortable.
See, that's my concern. Thank you, Senator.
Yeah.
That's my concern. We have issues such as Lyme's disease, glaucoma, back pain, and we expect this dispensary pharmacists, if you want to call them, let's call them that, to be able to reference a level of THC to satisfy the particular ailment that I have. Is there, would Senator Wishart yield to another question?
Senator Wishart?
Yes, I will.
So I assume there's going to be a referencing guide for these dispensaries on the various ailments. In other words, the dosage amount, the amount of THC.
Yes, so the CMEs that we require for the pharmacists are going to be around dosing, substance abuse, same with doctors. And again, with the Medical Cannabis Board, which is medical professionals, we require them to put together those CMEs.
So again, what is the background for those reference guides that they're going to use? Everybody's going to have a different level of pain, different level of glaucoma. How are they, what history of a reference guide are they going to use?
Well, first of all, if you look online and you go to New York, for example, there are brilliant CMEs in terms of dosage and different kind of medical conditions that doctors can use. And then I would say for any medicine right now, first of all, you can off-label prescribe for something that isn't even FDA approved for that condition. Doctors can do that now. And secondly, for any kind of medicine, people figure out dosing. It's not like you come in and automatically that amount of medicine works for every single patient.
I understand, thank you. So I'm holding in my hands a bottle of baby aspirin. Senator Brewer stole my thunder on that, but baby aspirin comes from the willow tree root. It's been around for 2,400 plus years. Fairly simple remedy, but there's various dosages, right? This happens to be a baby aspirin, 81 milligram. And there's in small print various other circumstances that they recommend that you don't take baby aspirin under those circumstances. You can overdose on baby aspirin. You can bleed to death. You can hemorrhage. I'm not saying that's going to happen with THC, but you can overdose on THC, I'm sorry. You can have too much of anything. You can die from drinking too much water. Mm-hmm. You can. It's not drowning, it's consuming too much water. Anyway, my concern is that there's really no history of a reference guide.
That's time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Halloran and Senator Wishart. Senator Friesen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess I rise in opposition to LB 110. I do admit that Senator Wishart, in my 5 years here, has the best written bill that I've seen so far, by far. So she has put a lot of work into it. As long as marijuana, whatever you want to call it, cannabis, is going to be a Schedule I drug, I cannot ignore federal law and just say that we will do as we please here. The other concern I have is this body, in all of its existence that I know of, and I did ask Senator Chambers earlier, has never approved a drug or a product that you could put in your child's mouth. I'm not qualified to make those decisions. So I have real problems with that. The bill is well written. I have no problems with that. You've done a great job. There's just places I can't go. So thank you very much, and I'll yield the rest of my time to Senator Wishart.
Thank you, Senator Friesen. Senator Wishart, 3 minutes 50.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Friesen, for the compliments. I did want to pick up a little bit on what Senator Halloran was talking about with dosage. Look, I recognize we're in a tough situation. The federal government has been completely inoperable on this issue. And so they've left states needing to deal with this to help people. What I can say is that medical cannabis has been legalized in states for many years now. If you go online, there are plenty of resources that have been researched by doctors who are now becoming experts in cannabis that can be used for CMEs for doctors here and pharmacists here. And so I'm not concerned about the ability for us to get people trained up to the level they need to be. I'm happy to work with my colleagues, as I have been with any other person who's come to me with ways that we can make the bill better. I'm happy to work with them between now and whether this bill gets back up again. We've had some really good discussion tonight, and I appreciate my colleagues who have really dived into the bill and talked to me about some of their concerns, some of the ways we can improve this bill. But I have to say, I have heard a lot of cherry picking of facts tonight, a significant amount of cherry picking of facts, which concerns me because we should be doing research and utilizing research that is factually based. And we should not be using research and talking about it as if it's causation when what we're talking about is correlation. The other thing I've heard a lot tonight is excuses. And I am not somebody, I did not sign up to be part of a legislature where we say no to bringing access to people who are in need. When we have the ability, clearly we do, 32 other states have done it, to affect change. I'd also sum this up, which I'm quite surprised in some of the senators that I've heard in opposition to this, alluding to the federal government. They are senators that I was excited to work with on issues around personal sovereignty, liberty, states' rights, limited government. I happen to be one of the Democrats that kind of ends up falling a lot of the ways in a really free market kind of space. I think you'll see that. It proves out with the legislation that I tend to introduce. The story tonight from those who are opposed, again, I'm surprised. It's a lot of big sort of pharma with the FDA in a completely broken system and big government, choosing that over the liberty of Nebraskans to access to their health care. That's surprising to me and disappointing. If you look out into the rotunda, you would see a young man named Will. His family has fought on this for 5 years. He has severe epilepsy, so much so that he almost died on the way back with his mom from the hearing because he had a seizure that put him into an emergency state. So here he is with his family here. They don't have the luxury of leaving the state. And I have other families who have been split apart that I've heard from. We had a doctor testify where she is split up from her grandson because he had so many seizures that his mom, her daughter, had to take him to another state where cannabis is legal. And now he's reduced his seizures almost entirely.
That's time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wishart. Speaker Scheer.
Thank you, Mr. President. We reached the allotted time for the first part of this bill, and we'll move on in the agenda. We'll go ahead and adjourn and pick up tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Items for the record, please.
Just one, Mr. President. Senator Hilgers would move to adjourn the body until Thursday, May 16, 2019 at 9:00 a.m.
Members heard the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. We are adjourned.